Well, a very good morning and welcome to Guadalajara on the opening day of competition at the IJF Judo World Masters. And a very good morning to David McFall.
Good morning, Sheldon. Buenos dias, everyone.
Got the jump on me there. Right, we are going to take a look at the top fighters in the 5 weight categories that we got to bring to you today. We'll start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 60 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Ganbat Bolbatar of Mongolia. The number 2 seed is Kim Won-jin of South Korea. The number 3 seed is Takata Naohisa of Japan. And the number 4 seed is Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan. David, what's your take on this weight category? What stands out in there for you?
Well, you know, we've got the top 16 basically, so every fight is going to be a really good fight. I think there's no small chicken fights here. But I really like 3 fighters besides the top 4. I like Kim. I like Felipe Kitadai. He's going to be fighting. He's still sort of fighting for a spot with Takabatake for the Brazilian team. And then, of course, Takato, who is basically sort of slowly been making his comeback. And I think he's going to be the guy to watch today.
You mentioned Kim and Kitadai, and they go head-to-head in their first fights, and that should be an interesting contest. That's in the under 60 kilo category. Right, let's take a look at the under 66 kilo category. Now, the number 1 seed there is Kim Won-jin's teammate, An Baol of South Korea. The number 2 seed is Davidorj Temirkeleg of Mongolia. The number 3 seed is Takajo Tomohumi of Japan. And the number 4 seed is Dovdon Altunsuk of Mongolia.
All right. Well, actually, of those seeds, I'd say Pollock is someone who's really been on my radar for a while, and he's sort of moved up slowly, and I'm really looking to him. The guy who really has been on fire since, I believe, Jeju has got to be Fabio Basile.
Yeah, Basile, Grande Fabio. We're going to have a look at him. He came here this morning, and I said to him, "What are you doing here?" So he had no right being here, but he's won his place. I'm delighted for him as a youngster, and obviously on the up and up. So we'll look out for Fabio Basile. You've picked out a top draw match in that round 2 there.
That's right. I like Soborov versus Khan Magomedov.
Okay. Rishad Sobirov of Uzbekistan against Kamal Khan Magomed of Russia. Let's take a quick look at the women then. In the under 48 kilo category, Munkbat Urantsetseg is the number 1 seed. Number 2 seed is Paula Pareto of Argentina. The number 3 seed is the current Olympic champion Sarah Menezes. And the number 4 seed, Julia Figueroa of Spain.
Yeah, you know, I really like, out of the top 4 picks, Kondo Ami is going to be a very interesting pick because there was a tough fight out in the Japanese between her and Asami. She came out on top, but Kondo has a tendency sometimes to be sleepy in early rounds. So we'll see we get the real Kondo with the sleepy Kondo.
And it's a nice match that you picked up there.
That's right. She's going to be up against Brigida of Brazil, and that's going to be a top flight contest.
Right, let's take a quick look at the under 52 kilo category. We've got about half a minute now. Andrea Kitsu of Romania is the number 1 seed. Erika Miranda of Brazil is number 2. The number 3 seed is Nakamura Misato of Japan, and the number 4 seed, Annabelle Urani of France. A pick there for you, a good contest to look at?
You know, contest-wise, you know, I'm going to go with Gilly Cohen versus Barbara Rostova.
Okay, Babu Maratova, the Turkmen.
That's right. As far as first round contest, I think that would be a very interesting contest.
Right, we are going to give you the rundown on the under 57 kilo category in a moment because the first of the contests is coming up, and we're going to go to mat number 1 to take a look at the first contest in the under 57 kilo category. Aleta Podolak of Poland faces Viola Wächter of Germany. It's Podolak in the white judogi, Wächter in blue. Podolak only just squeezed in here, by the way. She was the last of the fighters to be picked. She wasn't originally selected to be at the Masters, and then ended up, when 1 or 2 dropped out, she ended up getting picked. So this is the last chance saloon for Podolak, if you like. She's qualified by the continental quota. She's qualified by the continental quota. And if she does well here, what will happen is she could then qualify directly and pass the continental quota place onto one of her teammates. So I suppose that their fighters in Poland are absolutely desperate, desperately hoping that she'll do well here. And I sat with her, where was it, in Almaty, after she'd done well there as well, and said, don't worry, you'll make it. No, we were going through the weight categories, and the one that we hadn't gone through was the under 57 kilo category, and we're watching the opening contest in that now. So let's just talk about the top 4 seeds there. Dortsurin Sumia of Mongolia is the number 1 seed. Kim Jan-di of South Korea is number 2. The number 3 seed is the Olympic bronze medalist from 2012, and that's a good score there from Podolak. Picked up Wazari going right-sided, catching Vechter. The number 3 seed is Marty Malloy from the United States of America. The number 4 seed would have been Corina Copriorio, the Olympic silver medalist from London, but she failed to make the weight. So that space is left open. David, what do you see in there then?
Well, there's two big names that really pop out for me that are not part of those first 4 seeds. One is Rafaela Silva of Brazil, and Silva's I think she's sort of coming up into her own. I think she's ready to peak here, the former world champion. And then, of course, we have the world and Olympic champion, Matsumoto Kaori. I saw some randori last week with Matsumoto versus Udaka, and she looked like she is really ready. She's on her game.
There are problems here for Podolak. That last action there by Vechter could have been counted as a counter. I think if it is,
she's behind the 8 ball there.
Yeah. For me, there's a question mark with Podolak about stamina, the degree to which she drains physically and strength-wise, and there you go. That was that Sutemi was a counter from Vechter was a good one, and now she's given up Wazari. She's just throwing anything at it.
Yeah.
Why not?
The flying juju there was a.
It's not a bad little effort, but what you see here is desperation.
Right.
She's got to give everything to it.
She's really throwing everything she can up against her opponent.
You're at the Masters. There's nowhere else to go. This is the one fight. You have to get into that next round. There's only one fight in this round, and it was Podolak and Vechter. And even then, you're in the last 16. You still have to win another fight to get into the, into the mix in the last 8. You want to be in the last 8.
Little Ashiwaza look there.
Yeah, she's not.
Soto.
Yeah, I was going to say she's neither Diashibarai or Kosoto. That was a better effort there.
Yes.
Yeah, nice turn, right-sided into Uchimata, and she just had Vechter briefly up and off her feet. But with that little, the Kosoto wasn't determined enough. Absolutely everything has to go into almost every attack here.
Well, you look at that last Uchimata attempt there.
Yeah.
I think that you're talking about conditioning, and she didn't quite have that crispness there.
The finish, yeah.
She needs.
Vechter is an unusual opponent, and she's got the absolute perfect shape for 57 kilos. Long and leggy and tall, almost Pavia-like in her stature, but nothing like it in her judo approach. Yeah.
Well, I think.
You can see a little bit of frustration on Podolak's face. She picked up that first score.
There you go.
And then it's all well and good to go back and say you should have done this or you should have done that, but there was that moment there when she failed to appreciate the danger of a weak attack, and that weak attack ended up with her going over to that Yoko Sutemi-waza, and that was the end of that. Okay, well, you gave it your best shot. You ended up with a trip to Mexico. There'll be a little bit of sun tanning to be done over the next couple of days, and then it's, you know, back to Poland. But it's not dire. It's not all over yet, because you've still got your continental place. You have to hope that you're going to hang on to that.
Right.
Because Wächter was ahead of her anyway, so that doesn't do any damage. It's the ones below, and luckily enough, there was nobody below. She was the last one in. David?
Well, you were saying you can see this last attack there. Again, she went in. Actually, it was a good entry in that Makikomi, but she didn't have that extra oomph to basically get a scoring move off that throw.
And now we've got the opening contest in the under 60 kilo category. Former world champion Gambat Bolbata of Mongolia facing Lenin Preciado of Ecuador. That's a tall order, isn't it, for Lenin to take on Gambat? A big ask. I say that given the disparity in, you know, their relative ranking positions.
Well, look at how quickly Gambat is going into this Osai Komi attempt here. Just trying to lock up the upper body there and get the leg out. Yeah, you know, most or almost all these competitors are in the top 16 are pretty close, but I think you can see a big distance between who's number 16 and who's number 1 or number 2. Preciado a little bit on the attack there. Let's see, he's trying to come over the top. He's looking for that belt grip.
Belgian Jan watching on closely. He lost one of his fighters, Gambo Kerlan. Didn't appear at the weigh-in. I suppose he was either ill or he knew he wasn't going to make the weight, so we lost him. But they've got more than enough talent left hanging around. Yeah, to cause plenty of problems. Down in the bottom half of the draw, Sendoche Sogbata, that's their pick, by the way, to go to the games. And then Dashtova Amatushin in there as well, and up the top, Gambat Bolbatar. So
Preciado has been able to hang on. He's down by Yuko. He's been using this sort of over-the-top grip, but it's been strangely more defensive. It's been kind of frustrating Gambat a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, he hasn't been swept off the tatami, has he? He hasn't picked up a penalty either. So, I mean, that suggests to me, with a couple of minutes, well, a minute and a half left to go, that he's been sufficiently aggressive enough to avoid picking up the passivity penalty. He hasn't dropped, he hasn't stepped out of the area, he hasn't, picked up a gripping infringement. This is a good performance from him. You should be proud of that.
Well, he's coming over the top and then trying to slip in a Koshiwaza. I don't think Gambat is actually falling for it in any way, shape, or form, but he's doing enough to look busy. Gambat's getting like a sideways look at the hips there. Hasn't been able to execute a lot of entries on his own. And we're talking about in the previous match desperation there, Preciado just throws himself looking for the flying Juji, it looked like.
Yeah, they're all giving it a go, I suppose. I wonder if we can get Arletta Podolak up here to tell us about her feelings and her experience.
Oh, and that was a really
wasn't
nice
it?
move right there by Gambat. Scores a beautiful Wazadi off that.
I'm just thinking because...
Nice Waza.
He says he's bitten him. Gambat says he put a bit of a bite on him. Oh, but it may have been an accident because his hand was going over there, wasn't it? Look.
Yeah, his hand was just going
It
over.
was Gambat putting his hand in
It
there.
wasn't a Mike Tyson kind of ear job. Right. I think his mouth was just open and the arm
Exactly,
came
yeah.
across.
Yeah. Purely accidental. And as David McFall was saying there, no relation to Mike Tyson at all. I have to be careful.
No face tattoos out there.
I have to be really careful because,
Mike Tyson has been stalking.
Yeah. We kind of think that we exist in this judo bubble and only people who are involved in judo know about us. And we're careful not to say things about judo people. Well, you never know. You never know who's listening.
If you're out there, Mike, how's it going? No harm, no foul.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. You're one of our favourite guys, man.
love you in the hangover.
Absolutely, yeah. Top draw man, yeah. Gambat Bolbatar, it is, who wins his opening contest against a really, really good performance from Lenin Preciado.
The scoreboard doesn't say it, but actually it was a really nice performance. He actually held his ground for a great bit of the match. It was a Yuko up until the last 30 seconds.
Now, we've got to keep the closest possible eye. I'm going to hope that, keep my fingers crossed that you're looking to see what's happening down on mat number 2, because this is like no other competition. You blink and you've missed, a top draw fight on the adjoining mat. So I can see coming down the steps in the background that they've got 2 arches, 2 mock stone arches from which the athletes make an appearance, and they're kind of, I suppose they're Inca-like, or supposed to be that kind of a hint at that kind of thing. Anyway,
I thought it was maybe one of the cathedrals here in Guadalajara.
I think the stone work, the picture that they've got up there, is a little bit too good for that kind of centuries. It's got to be something a little bit more up to date, and they've got plenty of churches here. There's incredible Christian and Catholic feel to the city here. Plenty of nice churches and cathedrals around. So I think that's probably the entrance or a mock-up of one. And in any case, that's where the athletes enter. And I've just seen Takata Nahisa making his way down the steps. So it won't be long before we see him. But at the moment, on mat number 1, we've got Eric Takabatake of Brazil. He faces Walid Kaya of France. It's Takabatake in white, Kaya in blue.
For me, this competition may be Takabatake's last shot at perhaps getting the Olympic berth. I think basically because Kitagai did so well in the Pan Americans that he probably has the pick, but you never know. If he was to bomb out and Takabatake was to take this competition, it might be a different story.
Priscilla Neto is being helped out of the arena, just an arm round the coach as she limps away, and it could very well be that is that for Priscilla Neto, because Annabelle Urani has yet to take to the mat. She's really in the driving seat in the under 52 kilo category. Urani came in here as the number 4 seed. Neto was not one of the top 4 seeds, and we just saw, well, on the adjoining mat, it was Neto losing out to Joana Ramos of Portugal. So for me,
yeah, I didn't pick her this morning, but she was definitely a name that popped out.
Neto, the Olympic bronze medalist from London. It ain't happening, Carl. It ain't happening. I think, and David was just mentioning these kinds of matchups, Kitadai and Takabatake. This is the sort of last chance saloon, what's going to happen, who's going to do it, that kind of thing. And Takabatake has picked up 2 penalties here, and this could be his last outing. And I rather suspect that given the early exit of Neto from these Masters, that Urani is, if the French had not already selected her, this is going to be sealing it. She's got a contest up against Minpata Bundma of Mongolia. That's no pushover there, but she makes that, and you get the feeling that it's going to happen for her today. She's going to be on the podium, and it will be. Thanks for coming, Priscilla.
You were talking about having these for under 57s having that long lean look. Well, no one's got a longer leaner look than Oriani at 52.
Absolutely, you're right. And my inside information, how she gets this information, I don't know. But my inside information from Sandra Zagedi is that Neto's left knee, she picks up an injury with her left knee. I look forward to seeing you again soon, Sandra. She's a great kid. Have you worked with Sandra Zagedi before?
Have.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Pleasure of working.
She's a joy to work
super,
with.
absolutely, yeah.
A little ball of energy.
Yeah. Fireball, because you've got red hair.
I was going to go there, but
Fireball, 2 penalties picked up by Takabatake. No score, as they've got a minute and a half. Walid Kaya is doing exactly what he should here, just making things difficult for the Brazilian without putting himself at any risk.
That was a good move, really. Wow, he just didn't finish that, but the entry was fantastic.
Nice turn, good footwork, and it was just the left hand,
I think the sleeve hand was on, right?
He just lost that at the end. And that, you pull that across your body and he goes.
Well, we've still got a minute left here. There's still plenty of time.
And Takabatake picks up the 3rd penalty.
Just careless.
Yeah, bizarre situation, with a minute left, just a little over a minute left to go. He's chasing his man down, he lost contact as well.
I mean, considering how much is riding on this for him, you'd think it'd be a bit tidier match.
Yeah, absolutely. Apologies to those of you at home who are experiencing some difficulty with the sound. We are working on it. Apologies, but thank you very much for staying with us, and we're absolutely delighted that you're tuning in. But rest assured that we're trying to work on that.
So it's Takabatake down now by the 3 penalties. 45 seconds left. Oh, and that was another beautiful entry there by Blue. Just managed to spin his head off of that. That was beautiful, but I don't think that was an arch.
Yeah, and I don't think it was so much Takabatake doing any of the spinning. It was as a result of the effort from
kind of an
Wally
overthrow,
Power.
right?
Oh, I see. Okay, well, they've had a look at it on the replay and have decided that Takabatake was at fault. It's really difficult when it happens so quickly and you get almost put on your head. It's that putting on the head that, creates the position from which Takabatake now must try to avoid going on his back. He's already on his head. The only way you can do it is to spin.
Yeah.
So it's, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I feel a little bit sorry for Takabatake there, given what's riding on it. There's the contest that David McFall was talking about. Kim Won-jin of South Korea faces Felipe Kitadai of Brazil. It's Kim in the white judo group, Kitadai in blue. There you go, pal. It's all lined up for you.
It's going to be really interesting to see. The Olympics is a special thing, and the home team, someone's going to step up. I don't know if it's going to be Kitadai. I don't think he'll make the top of the podium, but he could be a bronze medalist.
Yeah, that's the sort of best hope, isn't it?
Let's see what he can do here against Kim. It's been a tough year, I think, for the Brazilian men in terms of preparing for Rio.
Single score of Yuko to Kitadai should settle his nerves anyway. The difficulty for, however, is as far as throwing skills are concerned, Kim Won-jin has got to be one of the most exciting
Dynamic.
fighters to watch, and dynamic.
It looked like Kim
Yeah.
was going in for a dash but and then sort of got caught by Kitadai.
It just stopped there, didn't it?
Yeah.
And then there was the opportunity for the Moroto Seoinage, from which he decided to run the risk of not trying to get off it and prepare himself for some kind of shimmy was a attempt, but he went over and he gave up the score. And that
That's
was
a glimmer
close,
look there by Kim.
Yeah.
I think if
3 minutes to go.
all
Where's
of
your money?
Yeah. I'd say of all the teams going into Rio, I'm looking at this Korean men's team and going, wow, they really could blow up the scoreboard.
They could do like the Russian men did in London, or the Chinese women did in Beijing. 3 gold medals. It's not out of the realms of all possibility.
I think that's a very good call. It's a good entry there by Kim Kitabatake. Kitadai. I merged it too.
No,
Kitabatake.
you've just solved the Brazilians' problem. They're under 60. Kitabatake. That would pleased everybody.
But yeah, the quality of the Koreans' judo is just fantastic. I'm just trying to dig myself out of that one.
All right, it's a good one. If you're going to say something, say something. There's going to get people on the edge of their seats and laughing. He wants to. Well, it's the single Yuko for Kitadai against Kim Won-jin, but there's plenty of time And now Kitadai picks up a second Shido.
Well, Kim didn't get that call as far as a leg grab that we thought, or he thought he was going to get there. But really nice move there for Yuko for Kim. Beautiful Koshiwaza.
You've said another one, but I'm not going to tell you what it is yet. This is Jim. Two scores now, one each. I just had the feeling that there was so much time in there and that Kim was not going to leave it at that. He was going to find a way to wear him down.
Yeah, well, it actually was a stemiwaza there. And there we go. That's the kind of judo we expect from the Koreans. And look at this beautiful follow-up on Osai Komi here. Really good heads-up judo. Well, you know, the Brazilians have a little pretty good groundwork there, and Kitadai was able to roll his way out of that. Here's another look. Look at this really gorgeous Seoinage here. Look at the drive. Fantastic. And then...
And he doesn't look up at the referee.
Going goes right into Osai Komi. Really well done there. So now we have 2 Yukos on the board for Kim. Kitadai has the 1 Yuko. That was close to Wazadi for me. Have to look to see how far he was in the back of the landing, but
Yeah, I just felt that he was going to wear him down. There was just too much time on the clock for Kitadai to hold off. And now with half a minute left to go, Kim looks as though he's in the driving seat here.
well, it's just a Yuko separating the two, so if Kitadai can pull something out, this is the time to do it. Kim is such a tactician, though. I don't think he's going to let anything go here.
Yeah, and the whole shape of his approach to the contest has changed now because he's got that second score and he now leads. And it's like he shut up shop, just a little bit of grip fighting. You can see the distance that between the two. Kitadai is not going to close that down. Kim's a little bit too clever to give it away now with just a few seconds left to go. Even though we paused at 4 seconds for a while, it's not going to make any difference. Kim Won-jin sees off the challenge of Felipe Kitadai, and the Brazilians back to square one. Takabatake having lost in the first round, Kitadai having lost there. Hey, it's all square again. Here's David McFall.
Well, you know, the thing is Kitadai could basically look at what happened with Takabatake and basically sit there and go, I don't have to win my match. I can basically cruise because I've already got the Pan Americans. So he really didn't have to do anything there.
Yeah, David's right. It was down to Takabatake to come up here and do something. And unfortunately for him, it didn't. And it's possibly the reason why Kitadai thought, hey, you know, I don't have to do a great deal. I'm here. I've got the suntan coming up. I'm in a nice hotel. My man, you know, Takabatake hasn't done it. I'll have an early day.
Yeah, no sense in perhaps getting injured or anything like that. Just sort of cruise a little bit there. That said, some really nice judo by Kim there. Really like some of those entries. That Seoinage looked really, really super.
What a result on mat 2. Bekir Oslu defeating Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. Didn't see that one coming. Anyway, on mat number 1 in the under 60 kilo category, Dashtava Amatufshin of Mongolia faces Ashley Mackenzie of Great Britain. As Dashtava in the white judogi, Mackenzie in blue. And a big hello to everyone who's joined us watching in Europe, because we've got quite a few people watching in Europe. What time is it there? Well, Central European time. They've been, nice effort there from Dashtava. Probably about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and if you're further east, suppose somewhere in Russia, maybe in Chelyabinsk, or maybe even Ekaterinburg. If you know, it's going to be quite late. And then when it comes to Asia, well, Japan. What time is it now in Japan, David?
Usually you're talking about somewhere between a 12 and 10-hour time difference. So I'd say in the wee hours, if you will. Really pleasant for people in the Western Hemisphere here. People in the United States and Canada, this is comfortable. Maybe they're at work. Something a little Judo there on the side. Such a super throw there by Dashnavar. Just really close to an Ippon. See him going there. Sheldon's calls Awaste Ippon, and it looks like that's the call as well on the mat. So a short day there for Ashley McKenzie. We could go over to mat number 2. We catch up with Takato versus the Mirade. Takato leading now by Yuko. Takato showing a good ground game there. Making a valiant effort to try to get the leg out. All right, he's just barely seek it out. Takato looking to tie up the arm. Takato looks up toward the referee. He knew he couldn't get the leg out there. It was way too high up on the hip past the knee. You almost saw that look. Takato looked like he might have been going for the kata goruma that he's well known for. I think people are wise to that move now after seeing it for a couple years. Just looking, Takato is having a hard time getting the sleeve hand. Namare trying to slip down there into Stemiwaza. Picks up his second penalty, so he wasn't really able to sell that throw. As he goes down there, drags Takato's arm down. Takato is look of pain there. It wasn't a wakigatame, but he sort of dragged the arm down. This is, of course, the Japanese haven't brought in too many fighters for the men's group. This is one of the risks of this competition. If someone would get an injury during this, could stymie their chances in the Rio Olympics. Murari goes there with some Stemiwaza and scores a Yuko. Sure, the Frenchman was looking for a bigger call than that, and in fact, It's now Awaza Adi. So Takato now finds himself down. Awaza Adi to Yuko with 1 minute 15 seconds left. They're going to take another look at that, just to check that score. So Takato, you know, and he's going to lose here. This is going to be a Waste Ippon. The thing is after that arm drag, when Takato sort of got injured, we'll see how bad the injury was. He wasn't the same fighter. There was just no snap, no aggression to him at all. Hopefully that is a minor short-term injury and nothing major. You know that when he went down and he was grabbing that arm, that the Japanese coaching staff started to sweat. Takato is one of those fighters who really could have used a big result here to move himself up in the seeding.
Well, we were saying that there were bound to be some times when there was an upset or something happened that we hadn't taken into consideration. That's got to be one of them, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
So, I mean, we can look at the draw sheet and see what that does and how it opens up. But, you know, he wasn't... I mean, that was who we were talking about, winning that particular pool. And now you've got Vincent Lemar of France going through there. He's going to face the winner of this contest, and that's between Diorbek Urazboyev of Uzbekistan, who's now up against Sendoche Sogbata of Mongolia. And we know that the Mongolians have already picked Sendoche as their go-to guy for the game. So let's have a look and see what happens here. It's Urazboyev in the white judogi, Sendoche in blue.
Well, like I said, I think the Japanese are a bit wary considering their men's team, and I think they were looking at a risk-reward kind of thing. You know, how much are these points going to matter versus, again, the potential of an injury. And we'll have to check in later and see what the extent of what happened to Taka's arm. Hopefully it's something that's not so bad.
Okay, well, David's the man for finding out what's happening with the Japanese. He might wander down in the warm-up area and check that out, because that might be something that we would want to know about. What's happened to Takato? I don't know if they do any post-match interviews, but he's not doing anything else, so he might as well speak to David McFall.
Yeah, we'll go down and check this out. Look at this entry, oh! That was a really, really nice look there by Orozboev. They're, in fact, taking a look at that. Might be a Yuko. Really like the entry and how deep he got the hips in there. Nope, that's going to remain. No score. That might have been a good wake-up call there to Senator. Orozboev had another look there. It's kind of hard to tell, but Senator has, when his gi opened up, it looked to me like he had some pretty heavy strapping.
And again, apologies for the sound.
You really are trying to sort that out and get it fixed. And thanks very much for all your emails as well and messages that you've sent. Right, okay, that one is not working. We'll go back with David.
Just a Yuko separating the two of them. Whereas Borov is giving Senator a good run for his money here. There was a good Stemiwaza attempt there, and that's going to score. A big Wazari.
For me, that shape, that moment in the contest had everything just like the Kim Won-jin Kitadai situation, and you just felt, okay, Urazboyev, he's going to have to look out here because Sendacher just moved into another gear, and you just felt he's going to put something on the board.
Yeah, he was playing his cards a little close to his chest, and all of a sudden said, okay. Throw something out here. As Shudder was saying, he's already the pick, so he's got nothing to prove here. Interesting use of the arms to create a little Kazushi. It's a little funny to say at 60 kilos he's manhandled him, but that was a pretty violent drag of the arm.
I'm not sure what it is that they're looking at here. The last action had nothing in it. He sold him that little dummy, brought him forward. Urazboyev resisted backward, and that was the Koji that took him down. There was no hand in there. You know, there was no hand to leg. No, there wasn't any hand to leg. There was no hand to leg there. Where was the hand? I thought it was a really nice executed technique, just with the foot. And now they're saying that there was a hand involved. Look, they know what they're doing because they've got the replay. We haven't seen the replay. It really looked neat to me.
I'm thinking that when the arm drag went in, if the hand went on the other side, perhaps we just don't have the angle to see it. But as Sheldon said, those folks have got a couple different angles they can check out. And we talked about upsets. There we go. The Mongolian #1 is out. Frustrating doesn't even begin to start to explain that one.
Up now is Yulia Figueroa of Spain. She faces Monica Ungaranu of Romania. It's Figueroa in the white judogi, Ungaranu in blue. And until we see a replay of the Sendoche action, you know, just guesswork. So we have to wait for that replay.
Well, Sendoche was as surprised as we were. Meantime, Figueroa is going to work here on this Tommy. Can't quite turn over Ungarano.
Have another go with this microphone and see whether it's any better. I'm sure you'll send me a message quickly and tell me yes or no.
So
it's Figueroa.
Very, very strange shape to that last attack by Figueroa. See a distinct height difference between these two.
Yeah, Ungaranu has got to be one of the tallest fighters in the weight category.
Absolutely. I mean, she doesn't have the look of an under 48. She's almost got a Uriane kind of build.
All right, we had to go with the other microphone, but it wasn't working. So we're back to working together with one, and we'll see how that works out. Here's David again.
Well, at least I won't step on your words there, Sheldon. All right. Figueroa. Looking for something. For you folks at home who are looking, the under 48s is just firecracker matches coming all the way down the pipe here for the tatami number 2. See, Figueroa, she's got the aggression going. She just doesn't seem to be able to, I don't quite finish or tidy up some of these attacks. And that's why Ungareno has 2 penalties, because she's not looking like the aggressor at all. Even the scrappiness of the way Figueroa is attacking. Now as the clock winds down with less than 30 seconds, Figueroa doesn't have to be as aggressive, being up by the 2 penalties. So a bit of a sleeper match, this one, but I don't think the following 2 matches are going to be quite the same. As we're into the 10-second mark.
Yeah, we can see Kondo in the distance in our arches. All set up and ready to go with her contest with Natalia Brigida. That's coming up now, but the 2 penalties picked up by Ungarenu puts her out. Figueroa it is who goes into the quarterfinal. Munkbat won her contest against Rashoni. Cherniak won her contest against Tatiana Lima. And now in the first in the contest in Pool B, Figueroa it is who won out over Monica Ungarenu. Okay, coming up next, Kondo Ami of Japan in the white judogi, Natalia Brigida of Brazil in blue. And here's David McFall.
Now, after 2 years of incredible pressure with her fighting against Asami, the pressure's off for Kondo. Let's see if she can prove herself as the Japanese standard bearer here at under 48. Let's see, Brigida really looks aggressive here. Almost too aggressive, almost out of control. Again, it's Brigida who goes in there with the Sanage attempt. Kondo just sort of sprawling there in a defensive effort. Brigida, you know, she's got Tokyo 2020 written all over in my book. She's been good for Sara Menezes. She's been able to sort of challenge her a little bit. And you can see her here going to work against Kondo in Newaza. Thus far, for me, this match has been all Brigida. Kondo has just not been able to find her stride.
Brigida dispenses with some taping. Maybe this gives Kondo a chance to reset. I think the key difference is Brigida has been winning the Kumigata game here. And Kondo Ami, there she goes looking for Koshijime. Now she sort of drives over Brigida. Now if she can sort of get that leg out, the leg it's trapped a little bit. Brigida might be in trouble here. And she actually does a good job of reversing. And now it's Kondo Ami who's on the ground. It's a nice little exchange there on the ground between these two.
So as they get back to their feet.
Brigida picks up the first penalty, but she's actually been the one who's been the most active for the first 2 minutes of the fight. Now we're looking a little bit of fire from Kondo. Perhaps that Newaza exchange got her fired up. Brigida looks to come over the top. Really has been, again, the Kumigata, the gripping's been the key to Brigida keeping Kondo on her heels. Kondo trying to get the leg out. The real danger, of course, is getting her hips too high, and she could end up with a situation where she reverses. Kondo working on the arm now. And she's already got the guaranteed spot as the host country, but it'd be nice for her to improve her seeding. You hear the crowd cheering, Mexico, Mexico. And the attacks are there. Carrillo's got the wind behind her back with the crowd. See if she can convert that into some scores.
Well, on the adjoining mat, Jongbo Kyung and Letizia Payet in the under 48 kilo category have just gone into golden score, so it's a tight contest down there.
Jung was one of my picks this morning, someone to look out for.
Incredible, however, that Edna Carrillo of Mexico running Menezes pretty close there. That's a good effort.
She's definitely giving it her all. I like the aggression. She's got nothing to lose here, and she's got everything to win. She could take out the Olympic champion on her home soil.
Can you imagine?
It's huge. It would be huge.
I don't care what else happens. That would be the biggest upset. The biggest upset.
We are getting way ahead of ourselves. There's 2.5 minutes left with no scores. But certainly, the crowd will absolutely go wild. You can see she made the attack there, but almost left herself open to Menezes.
2:20 left to go. Menezes in the white, Judogi Carrillo in blue, and the Mexican crowd are just about to take the roof off here.
Absolutely. Would you look at that? Look at that. This is incredible. Look at how she's going at her. Carrillo is giving it all she's got here.
Chance on the arm here. Menezes looking for help from the clock.
Menezes she's desperate. She's absolutely desperate.
She just doesn't have the power to squeeze that on.
No, she just didn't, But, Menezes got to be sweating.
With 1:43, I'd say. A second
you can
Mexican
hear the
fighter.
crowd just going absolutely wild.
And a second Mexican fighter takes to the tatami now. Luz Olvera is up against Andrea Kitsu, and just as tough job facing the Romanian number one here.
There are no easy jobs here for the locals. Oh, we knew that coming in. I mean, the level of this competition here. So as Carrillo waits, Menezes is sort of out of our sight line here, so we can't see what's happening. Perhaps it's a taping issue.
She just got caught on the nose, and then there's a little bit of blood from the nose, so that's that's the hold up.
So we could say Carrillo bloodied up Menezes, whatever the score was.
At this point, yes.
She drew first blood.
And here's Menezes again.
Menezes really was in trouble there, I thought there. That arm was really on. See if Carrillo still got some more. You could see her attacking here. Big Uchimata attempt here. She's going around and round. I'll tell you what, I look at the number of attacks here and I'm going, I think Menezes might be due for a penalty for passivity.
Well, if Menezes is behind here, sorry, what I meant to say was if Carrillo is clever, she'll do this. We have inadvertently switched to mat number 1, by the way. So if we can go back to 2, we'd be not sure. There you go.
There we go. Oh, no score, no foul there. So a little bit of error came out of the local pinata, but Carrillo still has a chance.
Over. Took her down nicely.
It was a bit of a counter, right?
Yeah.
And that was the thing with Menezes. She was sort of patiently waiting for Carrillo to make a mistake rather than take a chance on her own. So within a very short period of time, We saw Olvera go out. We didn't see how that went down. And now we're
that was
finding
a leg grab.
a
So
leg grab, and we're finding Carrillo now down by Yuko with 37 seconds left. But Carrillo is the one who's really looked good in this match and just got caught there on the counter. You could see her going for it, though.
Oh, well, it won't make any difference because one penalty isn't going to do any damage here, but she will definitely get burned.
Good performance. Look at these Uchimata attacks by Carrillo. See, 30 seconds left here.
She just doesn't want her to get up.
No.
Menezes
no.
has
She
decided, yeah, I'm going to keep
just
you
smother
there,
her,
yeah.
right?
Well, I'm delighted that we've got full commentary back. And you can hear the dulcet tones of David McFall, and I'm happy to join him.
Well, I was working on my karaoke there as you were away.
Really sorry about that. It was all tested and it was all working well, and we just had that hiccup this morning when I suppose too many things got put in one spot. Anyway, glad to know that we are up and running well.
Menezes with the 2 fouls, but she
She's
can
taking the
afford
third.
them with.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. Okay, you get your Yuko, now you take 3, you take your 3 penalties.
It's not pretty. Oh. Hey, hats off to Carrillo for a really, really nice performance. Regardless, I mean, she threw herself out there and she got epponed at the last second. But basically, 80% of that match, it was Carrillo who was attacking, and it was really nice, a really fantastic effort. And the crowd applauds and shows their appreciation because she went up and really went toe-to-toe with the Olympic champion. Great match. We've got 2 good matches up here. Mat number 1, we have Gilly Cohen versus Baba Mortolov. But we're going to stick on mat 2 and look at Charlene Van Schnick versus Mr. Alvarez of Cuba. And Schnick working here on Koshijime right away. The question is it on the neck or the chin? And I'm going to guess it's more on the chin. Couldn't quite wrap the collar of that judo gi around the neck.
I think Edna Carrillo demonstrated that irrespective of what's happening at the Masters, there are no easy fights. And Lenin Preciado as well. I mean, here were 2 fighters who were, not really up there, and yet put up terrific performances. I'm really pleased for them. Well done.
Yeah, that was a great performance.
Thanks very much, Yaron, for your message. Yaron, listening in Israel, says that the sound is good. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you can hear it as well, if you know what I mean. And down on mat number 2, David had picked out the contest between Gilly Cohen of Israel and Guldan Babumaratova of Turkmenistan this morning. And it was Gilly Cohen. who came out on top there. 2 penalties picked up by Baba Muratova, and it's the Israeli who goes through to the next round.
I guess Yaron would enjoy that result.
Van Snick, single penalty against her at the moment. Means that the Yaris Mestre Alvarez has the advantage.
Well, Van Snick had a shot there earlier of getting Koshijime on Mestre Alvarez, and in that last exchange it was the Cuban who actually looked like she had the upper hand. Neither one of them could translate into a Osai Komi or a score, but some nice little exchanges.
Big stretch there for that Ojigara.
Oh,
She's
no,
got
we
one
didn't
now. Yeah.
The first one, I think she was too far away.
Yeah.
She gets a Yuko for
they've
that.
given her the score, yeah.
I like that for Yuko. She's having a hard time there translating this Osai Komi.
How are your brackets going then, David? You keeping them up to date?
I'm trying. This is going fast and furious.
Van Snick was trying to come up with that. Yoko Sutemi was a counter, but it was slow to develop, and in the end she would have only succeeded in dragging her opponent into Niwas, and there would have been no score, but nothing came of it anyway. The Cuban leads by a Yuko with 45 seconds left to go. Staring down the barrel here. .18 seconds left to go. Van Snick slow to get to her feet. Mestre Alvarez with that single Yuko. Here comes Van Snick again. One last roll of the dice maybe. She tries to get the left arm around and shapes to go over on the left side. Mestre Alvarez bent over in a defensive position. She'll pick up a penalty for that, but she won't be too worried about it.
She can pick up one or two if she likes.
But it's Van Snick who picks up the penalty for holding on to the belt. Ironic that, given that she was looking to attack and it was Mestre Alvarez who was looking to defend, but she put her hand in the wrong place. That one's done and dusted. There will be no room for Van Snick, I'm afraid, and it's Mestre Alvarez who goes through to face Menezes. Europeans getting a bit of a butt kicking today.
Yeah, maybe a little jet lag.
In the heat, performing in the heat of Guadalajara. It's extremely hot here. It's got to be 33 outside, and
36 inside.
yeah, I don't know about the air conditioning, but it reminds me a little bit of when we were in Brazil. We went up to Salvador Bahia one year, and it was steaming up there for the World Team Championships. Incredibly hot. Okay, coming up next, Annabelle Urani of France faces Munkbata Bundma of Mongolia. This one for Urani would seal it, if it hasn't already been done with a knee injury to Neto. Here's David McFall. Yeah,
Urani's always had that
Again, we talked about the long, lean look. Apparently, I know I was talking to Annette or someone, and Urani does not have an issue with weight. She has no problem maintaining this weight for this weight class. Quite amazing considering how tall she is. Get that naturally lean look. And look at this, come over the big old Soto. Didn't have much Kazushi. She tries to follow that up with some Stemiwaza. You'd figure with those big long legs that she'd be able to wrap those things around it. Maybe just doesn't have the drive, the shoulders, to finish it off. Patar has got to fight his long arms and long legs. It's going to be tough as she lets Urani keep taking that deep collar. It's not even a deep collar coming right up her back. And that's what's going to happen. She's going to get the passivity warning. That was a better look there by Patar. She's got to, as soon as Urani comes in for that grip, she's got to spin in there and attack. She lets Urani get her grip, she's going to get herself in some trouble.
The contest between Adiasambu Solman, Munkbata's teammate, and Erika Miranda of Brazil has gone into golden score on mat number 1. That's in the under 52 kilo category. Yep, that'll do. Right in front of the referee, who was at his feet. I don't think there's much doubt about that. Annabelle Urani through to the quarterfinal. We've got Odette Giuffrida of Italy up against Laura Gomez of Spain down on mat number 1. But we're going to see the contest between Natalia Koziutina of Russia. She faces Daria Skirpnik of Belarus. It's Koziutina in the white judogi and Skirpnik in blue. I think both the Mongolians tumbled out at the same time there, didn't they?
Oof.
Miranda knocking out Bundman. Who was it that knocked out Adiasambu Solman? We just saw that fight, and they both hit the deck almost at the same time. Yeah, Urani defeating Munkbata. That was the match that we were watching. Urani over Munkbata and Miranda over Adiasambu.
Yeah, Munkbata she had one chance, but she never really, she had to attack before Urani got her grip. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece.
Just try to work things out, feel the way into the contest. That was really nicely done. Couldn't quite finish off though, away from the referee, so any possibility of a Yuko made it a little bit tricky for him to see. In any case, his colleagues decided it wasn't going to happen, and Kuzyutina went over there again on that side, but Skopnik this time managing to pull her arm out and make it difficult for Kuzyutina to complete that technique.
It's pretty difficult to beat Kuznetsov and the Russian women on the ground. Their ground game's improved a lot. She drives in there, throws the hip in.
Yeah, David was talking about the Russian women on the ground, and it's a pity that Alessia Kuznetsova got injured. I think she would have run Irina Dolgova very, very close to that number one spot at 48, but Kuznetsova didn't make it. She got injured and she dropped out. It was then down to Dolgova, and for me Dolgova is a real handful on the ground, irrespective of where you're from. Even the Japanese find it a little bit tricky with her. She really does enjoy that. Kuzyutina, yep, she's in there as well. And then Ekaterina Valkova at 63. It's another good Newaza exponent. And I think they're realizing that this is a part of the game that they haven't taken full advantage of in the past. And they're drilling it into them from a very, very young age. So they're cadets. You see their cadets absolutely, spending as much time as possible on the ground. Anyway, Skopnik during that talk about Nevaza has ended up picking up 3 penalties. Well, she'd picked up 1, but she's ended up picking up another 2, so she's on a 3rd, and we've got, there you go, David's prediction has come true. Nevaza win for Natalia Kuzyutina. We'll see her in the quarterfinal. David?
I think in terms of just developing skill-wise, you get a pretty good return on your investment by drilling a lot of ground skills in the beginning and having that solid. And then I think the Tachiwaza takes a little bit more time, more seasoning. So if you can basically build a strong skill set in the ground and then build over years the Tachiwaza, you can really develop a nice fighter. That's exactly what Russia has done. And so Saikomi will take this match then for white.
Natalia Kuzyutina goes into the quarterfinal. And the quarterfinal lineup at the moment is Andrea Kitsu of Romania to face Gilly Cohen of Israel. Annabelle Urani of France will face Natalia Kuzyutina. And now it'll be Odette Giuffrida to face Erika Miranda. And this for a place in the quarterfinal then. Nakamura Misato of Japan faces Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland. Nakamura with the last roll of the dice for her as far as Olympic hopes are concerned. This is her 3rd Olympics coming up. Took a bronze medal in Beijing, blew out in London, but now a 3rd shot for Nakamura. And it could well be that... Okay, London was a surprise. She was probably the best prepared for London. Beijing, she was a newcomer and took bronze. But now she is the fully rounded, completed, 3-time world champion and Olympic bronze medalist Japanese. That's going to be a hard fighter to beat.
Yeah, London was, I don't want to say an anomaly, but that performance, the whole team, something just happened there, and I think it was a mental preparation error on the part of the coaching staff. And I'll just put that out there.
Well, I'm not going to go into Nakamura's particular circumstances, because I think over the last 4 years I've done that that particular subject. That was
There we
nicely
go.
done, the Ojigari. Eventually, 2 or 3 stabs at it first of all, and then she came up with a nice hook at the end. Yeah, and I've done to death, I think, the subject of Nakamura and what happened to her in London, but she was incredibly unlucky to come up against an opponent to whom she had lost previously in the previous Olympics, and so early on, it was a little bit of a shocker.
The unluck
for
of the
her.
draw.
Yeah. Oh, well, you have to fight them at some stage. Nakamura would have liked to have fought Anne Comey in the final rather than in round 2. Oh well.
But you think about how many great fighters have come between Beijing, London, and she's still in there.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting, the Japanese team too. I mean, it's one thing when you have, say, a Tani who's winning gold medals and you're sticking with him for 3 Olympics, but here's someone who did a bronze and then bombed out and they stick him with the 3rd Olympics. That's quite a task for her to maintain the confidence of the Chinese coaching staff through that.
I think the difficulty for the Japanese coaching staff, as you say, would have come from her performance, is that she almost got caught there, you know.
That was really close. That was really close.
Yeah,
Now
would
she
have been her
looks really
performances
solid.
at World Championship level.
Look at this,
Yeah.
Udegarami. She doesn't quite. She's got the position. That's kind of smart right there. You know, a very interesting analysis I heard recently. You know, as far as arm locks, you have these very extremely flexible women who you cannot. The arm lock doesn't work. It doesn't lock down. I mean, there was some very good position there that Nakamura had for that, and I didn't even see any trouble look there for
From
Blue.
Shop, yeah.
Yeah.
But she's got a bit of trouble there, though.
Yes.
And in any case, they were going to give up on for that. Shop would have been guilty of attempting to bridge, so that was going to be upon. Nakamura Misato then into the quarterfinal.
Going back to what I was saying, I was a couple months back at the Fukuoka Selects in Japan, and our good friend Hashimoto Yuki was in the semifinals and had this wonderful, perfectly positioned Jujikatame, and you could see the position of the arm, and it was way past. It was 110, 120 degrees. There was no look of concern on her component. Just incredible flexibility, maybe double jointed.
Right, coming on to the mat now, Ma Yingnan of China faces Joanna Ramos of Portugal. It's Ma in the white judogi, Ramos in blue, and very shortly we're going to be joined by Neil Adams. Here's David McFall.
Neil's in the house. Okay. Ramos fighting off the attacks of Ma on the ground there. So Ma waits as Ramos gets set. Good job there by Ramos stepping over. Let's move over to mat number 1. We're catching Golden Pollock of Israel versus Colin Oates of Great Britain. Pollock was one of my picks this morning. We'll see if he can live up to my expectations. This is really our first look at 66 today. You can see the attacks there by Pollock. Oates has got the 1 penalty on the board. I'm going to spread out the penalty apiece. No, there we go. Neither one of them wanted to give up the sleeve grip. Oh, what a good counter attempt there by Colin Oates. And Pollock's knee buckles. You can see him kicking in pain. That does not look good. Pollock went in for the initial attack. Or I think it was Oates who went for the initial attack, and Pollock went for a counter. And looks like he planted his knee in a funny way. You can see he's got a limp. Maybe he can shake it off. Still got a little bit of a limp, but you can see he's still giving the effort there. Oh, and really gorgeous kataguruma there by Pollock. Might have been an overthrow. Actually, it was a seanage. Oates did just enough there to. There's no bridge, but he didn't really show much back. I might go with my earlier call, but that was a kataguruma. Stemiwaza look there. So it appears that either it's adrenaline or that knee was not as bad as it looked like there in that early exchange. Pollock looks like he is the aggressor. And in fact, it's 2-1 in terms of the Judo. There, Pollock, you could see he sort of had a leg kick there and then winced a bit. So.
A minute left to go. And Pollock just shading it at the moment. Colin Oates has picked up those 2 penalties. I'm going to leave you with David McFarland. He's going to be joined now by Neil Adams.
Good morning, Neil.
Yeah, good morning, David. So some big surprises this morning, so I understand.
Yeah, I would say that Takato going down was probably the biggest surprise.
Wow. Tell me how that will be taken back in Japan. How will they take that news?
Well, as I was saying during the match, there was a risk-reward situation for the Japanese fighters, right? In terms of, all right, you can move up the seedings with the points, but you always have the risk of the injury. And in fact, Takato looked like there was a bit of an arm drag or something like that, and he was grasping at his shoulder, wincing, and he wasn't the same fighter when that happened, after that happened. So that was the tail of that match, really.
So maybe an injury problem.
Yeah, that would be a real cause of concern for Team Japan there, because they don't really have anybody at that level at under 60.
No.
They've got names, but no one near Takato's level.
Well, this is a bit of a battle royal here between Colin Oates and Pollock. Pollock looks injured as well. He just had a little tweak on his knee there, but seems all right now.
Yeah, he was kicking his leg pretty hard into the tatami, and there's been a couple of moves where he's got to wince, but he's been a battler here. And he kind of squeezed this one out.
Well, yeah, just the win up over Colin Oates. So I know that Colin Oates will be disappointed with that. 2 Shidos to 1. It's never quite how we want the contest to go, is it? We want to see throws, of course.
No one wants to see a contest like that.
Oh, look at that. Well, what a surprise. We're right on the bell there, and it's 2 Shidos each, and that's going to go back into golden score. So
we got a little ahead of ourselves there.
Yeah, we did. So Colin Oates still got a chance here.
But the slimmest of margins, he slips back into this match.
Well, you know what's good about that is that they gave the Shido even though it was on the last second, and that's the way it should be. If you run away, then you should be penalised, and that last minute is something that I feel really quite deep about, because I think that a lot of contests are won by the Shidos and person running away in that last minute.
Yeah, kudos to the judges for stepping up on that.
Well, especially in this World Masters.
Look at this, they're going at it now.
Well, Colin Oates had such a good attempt with that Sumigaeshi that nearly scored, but
he looks like he's in trouble here.
Yeah, this is where you've got to really dig in, isn't it? Colin Oates now has a chance of winning this match, going through to round 3.
We were talking earlier in terms of the points here. Winning 1 or 2 fights here really can make a difference in terms of your seeding.
Well, of course, the ones here are looking for higher seeding going into the Olympic Games, and that's the main aim here. And to have a run out, because there's nothing really big then going right the way up to Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, you've got, I guess, the 1 Grand Slam left, but this is the last qualifying match, so...
The last qualifying match. Be interesting to see what kind of matches the Olympians do as a pre-run. Probably, if it was me preparing for an Olympic Games, I would do something, whether it's a national event or just something where I get out there and have to make the weight, go through the motions. But certainly, a lot of these athletes here have fought so many times at this level, and they're very tired. We've noticed that the last few events, they're extremely tired, both physically and mentally.
Yeah, well, it's a grudge. It's a long, long haul, and you're sort of almost at the finish line, but you're not there yet.
No, not quite. 1 minute 37 into golden score. Can Colin Oates do this? Now's his opportunity.
Well, he had a look there at Ashiwaza there, and Pollock was able to sort of slip out of that. I think he was looking for a bit of that sticky foot.
Yeah. Right against left. Pollock right-handed. And Oates looking for the Sumigaeshi. Scores a lot with it, but needs something across the other side. There's the Sumigaeshi again. Well, both of them just attacking within the time period. So the referee, quite rightly so too, just letting this carry on.
Again, well done there by the referee staff.
Yes, some good refereeing decisions just being made at this event.
Nice little exchange
Nice
there.
level.
You know, when we're looking at the under 6'6" this morning, I was looking at Pollock as being someone that might be a bit of a dark horse. His judo really has come up in the last 12 months, yeah?
Well, he's third place in the world. So, you know, that was a bit of a surprise, but he is somebody that can pull out top results.
High expectations from the Israelis from him.
Referee stopped this. I'm not sure where this is going to go.
Yeah, he hasn't quite gotten the level of Mookie, but, you know, he's really come up a couple ranks. Oh, but Oates gets caught.
Colin Oates gets it. He gets the third Shido, and Golan Palak of Israel goes through.
So he's still in there, and we'll see. You figure with the knee, the adrenaline was there. The thing is how long is the rest? A lot of times the adrenaline comes down, the pain comes on, it gets stiff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at that fight there. I mean, personally, I thought, well, it was just a little bit premature, that, giving a Shido for that. But anyway, they gave it in the end against Colin Oates.
And that will bring up on this mat Dajador of Mongolia versus Bouchard of Canada. What do you think of Nicholas Gill's preparation for his athletes during this cycle?
Well, I just think that he's done a great job with this Canadian team, and I really believe that he's looking to develop the youngsters and to bring them through. And we've seen a lot of youngsters coming through. So I think if it's not this cycle, it will definitely be the 2020 cycle.
Yeah, so maybe a building.
Oh, it's definitely a building block. You need 8 years, really, for any kind of team. You need 8 years to build. That's exactly what's happening to this Mongolian team. Look at the depth that they've got. 3 million people practicing, 3 million people in Mongolia, you know, and they all practice together. All their youth teams, their cadet teams, their junior team, their senior team. They're on the mat daily, all together. Which is quite unusual because most countries segregate their squads, of course.
I think I've seen some YouTube videos of that training center, and it just looks like a Roman gladiator kind of training kind of deal.
And it is, and of course their mentality kind of accepts it, and you know, and they're able to cope with the load. You know, I don't think every country could. This man here, Davidorj of Mongolia, one of the most dynamic in the under 66 kilo. And he can come from any angle. Massive Kosoto. He's got some big takedowns as well for counterattacks. And he can throw forward as well.
Well, of course, the Mongolians also have a proud tradition of their own Mongolian wrestling. And, you know, those countries like Mongolia, Georgia, things like that, that all works into the judo, I think.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, I always say about the unusual grips that they have sometimes around the back, but the great thing about the Mongolians now is that they can go from the Mongolian style of wrestling and the around the back grips to the traditional style as well, which is, you know, it's all about adaptation. And a lot of the countries now adapting and developing to the rules. And I think that that's what happens, is we set the rules out and judo develops according to those rules.
Well, you were talking about the Mongolians. Me and Sheldon were talking earlier about the Korean men's team and how good they look for Rio.
Well, just come good at the right time, didn't they? The last World Championships, and male and female, not by accident. And again, you know, the coach just developing a young team coming through.
Yeah, we had some good looks there at on this morning, and he looked really super.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you've got the two hands, 66 and 73s. You know,
the 60, yeah.
And they look absolutely amazing. Every one of them doing the same kind of reverse Seoinage attacks and looking very, very sharp. Good for medals, certainly, in Rio.
We haven't seen any big scores here, but you can see that Dajador has pretty much been in charge. Bouchard looks very defensive.
Yeah, you can normally tell, can't you, when they come in and they're there to defend. That's exactly what Bouchard is doing. He's defending rather than attacking. He's going to get a third penalty, I think, any second now, Bouchard.
And there's plenty of time on the board for him to get a fourth.
Well, yeah, there is, and it's the tight matches are bound to be. You come here, a lot of nerves, world masters, top 16 in the world fighting it out. You know, you're bound to have nerves. Looking for the Sumagaeshi there,
Yeah.
Bouchard.
Davjavor will have nothing of that.
Now, like I said, he's got some good pickups as well. His Uranagi's good.
Yeah, as I was saying to Sheldon earlier, you do have the top 16 here, but sometimes there's a big difference between 1 or 2 and number 16.
Well, 1 or 2 missing as well. We got 5 Olympic champions in the event, as you'd expect, but quite a few missing, you know, but I don't know whether that's just tactics or injury. Probably a mixture of both.
Yeah, I mean, if you're already comfortably in your top 8 seed, it may be that there's no reason for you to risk the injury.
Yeah, and I think that's what's happened as well. Top ones just opting out. Preparation for the Olympic Games, so different. The Olympic Games are one-off event, David. You know, it's just like no other event. You know, somebody was asking me the other day about how do you prepare for an Olympic Games? I said if I could really put that on paper properly, then I'd be a millionaire.
I was going to be a genius.
Yeah, it would be the absolute.
And I think probably you could say that for most sport, not just for judo.
Well, especially in Olympic Games. The Olympic Games creates heroes, and unfortunately, a lot of the heroes walk away disappointed. It's just one of those things. Nice turnover there from Davidoj. Wraps up the middle and then turns it into the outside commi, but just got the leg, Bouchard.
What's the old story? First, you want to take care of the upper body, control that, right? And then you can worry about the leg.
It's always the upper body and concentrate more on, you know, it's having a directive, and the ones that Juji specialists or Shimiwaza specialists will be digging in specifically for those particular things. And if you have a look at the Japanese, when they get into a position like that, it's always tie up the top half, just take the leg out, extract the leg.
Well, I think the Japanese approach has almost always been to take care of the Osai Komi first, and then once you've got control, then you can look for the plus alpha and get the choke or the arm lock, right?
Yeah, I think it is. It's just a different directive and a different aim. 26 seconds, Davidoj just holding on here, just ahead against Bouchard, 2 Shidos to 1.
You could see Davijorj, or maybe that was Bouchard looking toward the clock there, saying, what I got left here. But where's he been in the first,
Well, he hasn't, has he? He's
match?
not been in the match, really. He's been on the defensive and on the retreat.
He's quite lucky to only be down by the 1 Shido, actually.
Yeah, I was thinking just that, exactly that.
Make
And,
it 2.
Well, that's 3 now. That's the third one
yeah,
there up
3,
for
yeah.
Bouchard, and I think that Davidoj might just get one for that drop there. 8 seconds left. Hopefully the referees will stick with it. They do. Two up to Davidoj. Can't afford another drop. Otherwise, just coming into the last seconds, it will go to golden score. Look at that arm there, just sticking into the middle. So, again, running away just that last few seconds.
So I think that is not a surprising result. We would have hoped to see some more scoring moves, but sometimes do just enough to get you through.
Yeah, I think a lot of it here now is just about winning matches, and not in the manner of winning matches. It's always a little bit of a shame, but it's the gamesmanship is so important, winning Olympic and winning major titles.
Well, we're going to stick on this mat, and we're going to check out Shikalzada from Azerbaijan versus Grande Fabio Basile from Italy. Basile is really coming to his own this past year.
Yeah, he is. He's got to be careful this opening minute. Shikalzada, one of the most dynamic in the first minute and a half, certainly the first half of the contest. And he has some amazing forward techniques. He's got amazing pickups as well, Shikhalazada, but he does tend to blow. But Brazil, I've been really impressed with him. He's come forward, just got to the Olympic Games through the qualification, and it's a little bit ahead of time for him, for Brazil, really.
Just out of the juniors, right?
Yeah, just out of the juniors, but he's been consistent the last few tournaments, and he is a real handful.
Well, our first look at him was in Jeju, and he came off as a bit brash and cocky, but he's backed it up. He really has.
No, he has. Yeah, exactly. He has backed it up, and he's got a little bit of something. He's got a little bit of panache about him. I like it, and I think that I don't think it's going to be in for a medal at the Olympics. Might be wrong, but he'll certainly cause a few upsets.
I say, and for someone who's relatively young, I would say the other thing is he's been really gracious in defeat. I mean, there's a character issue with him that's really fantastic.
Yeah, no, exactly. Beautiful Yoko Tomonagi there from Shikhalazada takes him over for a Yuko.
And he's
You're
working
right.
here for
He is.
Jujikatame.
He's very gracious in defeat.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he matures. Meantime, he looked like he was in trouble for a second. It looked like a really good position by Shikhalazada for that Jujikatame, but wasn't able to convert.
Well, look at the draw he gets on the Yoko Tomoe. Just lands on his side there for the Yuko. Beautiful technique there.
Fabio almost looked like he was arching a bit there.
Yeah,
That looked a little dangerous.
Well, you've got to take into consideration what is avoidable naturally, and sometimes it's out of your hands. You can't really help it. He's trying for the shimiwaza there. He's not going to give up, Brazil. I tell you, he's a very determined athlete. He's a Yuko down, and certainly if this goes into the second half of the contest, Shikhalazada better be careful.
Two good entries there. One by Basile before there, and that one by
that's
Shikhalazada.
what I like about Brazil, because he has good defense. Don't forget, Shikhalazada, one of the biggest throwers in the category, and Brazil killing most of it. Didn't manage it with the Cianagi. Tactically, though, very good. So he's just going into the second part. Just look at Shikhalazada and see how he looks.
So you think he has a conditioning issue?
Definitely tends to blow. I think a lot of the physical countries, the ones that come out, they're very, very physical. And he is. I mean, he just looks so physical all the time. And then it tends to die down. You can't maintain that amount of power.
Right. He strikes me as looking big for 66.
Well, yeah, powerful, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see. We've got 2 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock. So, as you said, that conditioning could be a factor. I think it's a matter of Fabio keeping his foot on the gas pedal.
Well, of course, he's young as well, so I think he will. I don't think it's going to stop here. There's the Cianagi. That's closer than he's been before. Got full rotation that time.
Well, he had that nice little feint there for the Kouchi, right? So he's got all the looks and the skills there. He just needs a little more experience.
I think he needs a little bit more power, doesn't he, as well, just to come into his man's body. But I think that will happen. And with 1 minute 50, now he's going to start to climb on top of this.
Well, you were saying, here's the other possibility. If he gets older and fills out, do you think he might go up to 73?
Probably. I don't know what his weight is normally, if he has to cut weight to get through it, but happens to a lot of them, doesn't it, coming through the junior ranks. It happened to me, 71s up to 78 kilograms back in the day.
It's really hard to, that was one of Ebinuma, basically all the way through junior to senior has maintained, and for quite a long career, 66. Yeah. He's not here this week.
Is that a surprise, Ebenuma not being here? We just saw Takajo there just doing a fantastic technique through to the third round. So Takajo, pretty good reserve.
I'm gonna make a guess at Ebenuma that he just over the years has been pretty beat up. And so I think the possibility of him getting injury here, that wasn't worth the reward.
And what about the youngster that beat Ebenuma in the Japanese trials, Abe? Just great one for the future?
Well, the thing with Abe is that was a great move that Japan selects, but what has he done in the last 2 years before that, after his junior title? I mean, every once in a while he shows a big flash, and then he goes into a shell for a little bit. So, yes, we hope that he can mature, and I don't think we're going to see Ebenuma after Rio. I think he'll be done. But I'd like to see more consistency in the results coming out from Abe.
Great to have that depth.
It can be a curse, though, sometimes, because you can sit there and go, okay, well, if they don't get the result from the athlete in the Olympics, the second or third person could have done it. And you're going to second-guess yourself.
Yeah. I don't know whether that happened for the advantage or the disadvantage in my case, but I always had one of them anyway in the final. So Sheikh Alazada just holding off, 36 seconds left of this contest. Fabio Basile just coming forwards now, and his youth enabling him to attack, but Sheikh Alazada just holding off. That's going to be a second score, is it? Another Yuko scored to Sheikh Alazada in the dying seconds. That was a good pressure point from the Aussie.
Good timing there, just to do that in the last 30 seconds, and then have the possibility of keeping him down for Newaza, burning off some more time.
Just the fact, though, that Basile is fighting in the World Masters, just what an event for him to be in.
Yeah, just, again, getting a little bit more experience. As you said at the beginning of this fight, the Azerbaijani fighter really had a lot of experience on Basile, but,
he's out on his feet there, Sheikh Alazada, but he is through to the next round. So round 3, and a good performance from Basile, but he'll just grow and grow with the experience that he's had here.
Yeah, that was a good fight. Perhaps so. Maybe we'll take a look at mat number 2. Take a look at tatami number 2. And
well, the two-time world champion at 60 kilograms, Rishid Soborov against Khan Magomedov. What a matchup.
This is one of the matches this morning I said I really wanted to see, and here we are.
Wow, two huge throwers, and of course Soborov can turn a match on a sixpence. He can just absolutely turn, as he did with Ebenuma, of course. You can never write him off. A brilliant thrower and great counterer as well.
Somebody had a look there almost for a second at grabbing the leg and thought second thoughts about that. Yeah, I don't think this match is going to go to regulation. I think somebody's going to light this scoreboard up.
Well, Khan Magomedov as well, massive thrower. Be interesting to see just who is going to go.
Who's going to pull the trigger?
Well, it'd be interesting to see who's going to go to the Olympic Games from the Russian side.
Well, it's another one where you got all this depth and.
Well, it is, and the trouble as well at the moment. But that's another thing.
Oh. Khan Magomedov had a look there for a second.
Well, he's got to attack. Khan Magomedov's got to come forwards. He's just one Shido down. Now it's all even. Last minute. Two very experienced judoka, though, David. Really unbelievable.
I was going to say this match went pretty quickly, but we did come in not at the very beginning. This could go into golden score.
Well, they're both a bit cautious. Left against right stance. Just a little bit of a problem catching that sleeve. Khan Magomedov now has Soborov's sleeves. Got to take advantage of it.
Oh, big counter.
Massive Wazari there. Khan Magomedov.
Stuff.
Brilliant. That was absolutely amazing.
Well, we saw that Soborov went for it. He went in for the Koshiwaza, and then he got caught. Well,
Well,
that kind of saved me. I
yeah.
thought for a second, I said, this is not going to go to the end of regulation, and then I thought maybe golden score.
Well, it's brilliant. There's going to be a Shido there for Khan Magomedov. He's got to be careful now that he doesn't drop in the last 5 seconds. It's going to be all over. Khan Magomedov stealing it in that last 10 seconds. What an opportune Uranagi that was. It was just amazing. When you think of the level of fighter that he got it against, and he was just waiting his moment.
Yeah, maybe Sobrov needed just a little bit more Kazushi, and then Khan Magomedov looked at that opportunity and made the most of it. Really, really nice.
Yeah, well, I think that you can't come in half-hearted with either one of these. Great counter, people. Hopefully we're going to have just a look through, just see the replay on that.
Doesn't look like it's going to be forthcoming. And that brings us up to the first match we're going to see of Matsumoto Kaori versus Chen Lien of Taipei. So it's a bit of a hard draw for blue.
For blue, I'd say, obviously, the world and Olympic champion. What can you say? I mean, she can have a bad moment, can't she? We know that. You know, it doesn't always go right for her, but mostly her transition and the feat and just the pure determination of the Olympic champion, I think he's got to put her as one of the favourites to regain her Olympic title.
I think the one chink in the armor for Matsumoto, and Marty Molloy exploited this, is Ashiwaza. She can get caught by Ashiwaza. Occasionally she'll overcommit because of her aggressiveness.
Well, because it's all action, isn't it? Look at that. Everything all about attack.
It's forward, forward, forward. She's always moving, driving forward. And you can see it from the positioning of her body, right? That forward lean.
Well, she gets a Shido there. I don't quite know why. She, like you said, she's the one coming forwards. It seemed a little bit harsh there.
Yeah, that was a tough call. Speaking of tough calls, we've got on mat number 1, Nakota Smith-Davis versus Miriam Roper.
Well, yeah, that's a difficult one. Smith-Davis doing well at the moment and on good form, coming to the best form of her life just at the right time.
I'm going to gamble that Matsumoto can close this one out relatively quickly, and perhaps we can get a look at Roper versus Smith-Davis, which I think that match should go longer.
Okay, so back to mat 1 and have a look at Smith-Davis from Great Britain, Miriam Roper, Germany.
Yeah, let's do that. Well, I'm going to bet that Matsumoto is going to close us out. So we'll switch over to mat number 1. Smith-Davis is another one who's had a good year. She's definitely starting to really, really grow.
Well, I think we've got an insect on the mat. So we've got Ashiwaza there from the referee just to get it off. She has a really good Uchimata, Smith-Davis. She's getting stronger and stronger at this level and just at the right time. Miriam Roper, though, a medal winner in most of the Grand Prix Grand Slams that she does, always there and roundabout, one of the most consistent in the category.
Always in the mix.
Always in the mix,
really
always
is.
There. She has a Kosoto, Miriam Roper, that she can catch off the grip, and Smith-Davis just has to be a little bit careful of putting her right foot forwards.
I look at this weight category, 57.
There it is,
There
and
we
that's
go.
exactly what I was talking about there, David. Sorry about that.
No.
It's something she has to be careful of. It's something that Roper does well, but she's in the hold down, and it's going to be all over.
That was quick.
Smith-Davis gets the hold down, goes through to round 3 of the under 57 kilos, and that was really a good win. She looks injured, Miriam Roper, to me. She was struggling with that ankle.
All right, and, well, that gives us the opportunity to go back to number 2. and catch Matsumoto. And Matsumoto is actually down by Shido in this match.
Well, we've already seen some big surprises at this tournament. Wouldn't this be a big surprise? Matsumoto failing to go through.
This would be even more shocking than Takato going out.
Not over yet, though. Coming up to the last minute of this contest, Matsumoto Kaori in white and going forwards. It's the only way she knows. Looking for the Kouchi. Lien doing a good job.
Yeah, looking here for little Sankaku.
They're near the edge, but the referee letting it go on.
That's a pretty good look at Sankaku
Well, she
Jime
got
right
it.
there.
She's just got the hip on. I think that Matsumoto in all sorts of problems here. The Osai Komi is on, and the Olympic champion being held down. Wow. Talk about surprises. It's unbelievable, really, when you think of it. I mean, a favourite for the Olympic gold medal. She's just been taken out there by Lien of Chinese Taipei.
Well, maybe a good kick in the pants here will reset her and get her clock set a little bit more focused for the Olympics, because this is a huge shocker
Well,
here.
I mean, it's going to be a shock for Japan, isn't it? It's not going according to plan. I suppose bad dress rehearsal, good performance, you can only hope, but it's certainly showing chinks in the armour.
We'll stick here and check out Marty Malloy against one of the local Mexican favorites.
Well, Martin Malloy looking for her second Olympic medal at the next Olympic Games. And she really is a heroine in USA.
Yeah, I mean, Kayla, of course, being the first gold winner gets a lot of press. But if you look at the consistency of Marty's performances,
Yeah, I know
she's
Marty.
amazing.
I know Marty from, when she was just a young girl, and she used to come onto my seminars, and wow, what a success story the whole thing is. Very close there to turning the Mexican over. Martin Malloy, just a quick look up at the clock.
Yeah, Marty's pretty confident on her ground game, and so I don't think she's really very worried here.
Tapia of Mexico, obviously, just loving the home crowd and the home advantage, as all of the Mexicans that I've seen fighting are. They just love it.
We saw a match earlier today, Carrillo versus Menezes, and Carrillo almost took out the Olympic champion, and she was looking good. And she got ippon in the last second, but up until the 30-second mark, she really had Menezes on the ropes.
Well, this is a surprise as well, isn't it? Now, Malloy knows she's in a fight here. This isn't going to be just easy. It's not just plain sailing. Maria Tapia really here to fight.
And you might as well just totally go for it, because you got nothing to lose. And you can win some really nice points.
This is where Malloy needs to really... there's a shimiwaza approach there. There's also just wrap up the top half, take the leg out. Is she going to do that? I think she will. Gets called. She's still not going to give up there. The Mexican, Tapia, trying to turn out. Seconds going up.
Close. I mean,
Martin Malloy just trying to get her head down there. Just trying to readjust the balance, and it's ippon. Is it ippon?
I think that was in the other mat, the gong.
Minute 42, and she's still going for it, Martin Malloy. She's going for the arm, and she
there's a
gets the
tap.
submission anyway, yeah.
So dangerous on the ground. And in fact, we were just mentioning about with Matsumoto, her vulnerability on the Ashiwaza. It was Malloy who got the Ashiwaza for Juji against Matsumoto.
Yeah, exactly. Like you say, very confident, knew what she was going for, dug in for it.
She's got that methodical approach to her groundwork. A, then B, then C. and cover up any weaknesses.
I think all of the good Newaza people know exactly what they're going for. They know exactly what to dig in for.
Here, have our first look at Rafaela Silva.
Of course, Rossivu has been head-to-head with Pavia for the Olympic place from France all the way through. So we've got Rossivu here at the World Masters. So awkward, the French.
Pavia being the textbook version of so awkward.
Exactly.
It works for her.
Yeah, and how to use the edge, of course, which we know she likes to do very, very much. Well, I don't know quite what the problem is.
They're looking at something. Hope it's not a hand on a pant leg.
Well, it goes to the video referee. Video referee, I think, at this level, absolutely essential. We need it.
It's here, and a big entry there by Silva. Couldn't quite rotate with the sleeve arm, but she got up and in there. You see what a little tentative Hizaguruma. She seems, I don't know, a little stiff. She doesn't seem to have the confidence right now. Silva not coming up over the back.
She seems to struggle, doesn't she? Rafaela Silva, sometimes she looks to me as if she's really struggling out there, and certainly not quite on the form when she was world champion, not quite on that kind of form, but still home ground. You never know, do you, what's going to happen.
Oh, and that was a really nice entry there by White.
Well, interesting there. She gets a Yuko for it, Rossivu. Nice Uchimata.
Yeah, I think Silva during that world championship year was like Matsumoto. She had that forward aggression. And she almost, acts, she's, I don't know, a bit passive, almost like she had some sort of injury or something. There she looks there for a little Uchimata. Didn't really set up too much Kazushi there. There's a lot of strength and power driving the arms in the Kumigata, but it's too stiff on the case of Silva. Now she finds herself in Sakanko Jime. Rizano. Looks like she's tidied things up. That looks like a Sada Saikomi. I don't really see the call from the referee from here. Yeah, the clock is going.
Well, that is well and truly on, isn't it? That was brilliant, but a Newaza there from Rossivu.
Originally, I didn't think it was on well enough to finish with the Saikomi, but she adjusted and did a good job there. So, Rafaela Silva and Matsumoto are both out.
Wow, that's amazing. Yep, that's a good result there for Rossivu through to the third round, World Masters.
Yep. And for Silva, well, she's got to recharge here.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, it's we're going to see it a lot, aren't we, here? Because we've got so many that are going to go to the Olympic Games. Not quite the result they want here. Some are going to perform better than expected. But that's the whole thing about the Masters. Some people are going to use it to their advantage. I think for me, certainly having a tournament of this level wouldn't have worked well for me.
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to switch back over to mat number 1. We're going to take a look at Gambat of Mongolia versus Kalar of France.
Well, Gambat, looks like it's going to be Gambat going to the Olympic Games in the under-60s. This is the first quarter final here, and up against Kaya of France. Very stylish fighter, Kaya.
Well, he took out Takabatake this morning, which I think pretty much sealed the deal for the Brazilian team of picking his teammate Kitadai for Rio.
Well, they've been head-to-head as well, all the way through.
Well, Kitadai actually lost in the first round as well, but based upon his Pan American result, I think he's going to be the pick, because this was the last chance for Takabatake to show something.
Yeah, I just did a whole article on it about my picks for the Brazilian team, and so I think it was from a Brazilian perspective. Tried anyway.
Looking forward to reading that. Meantime, just the actually now we have a Shido apiece on the board. Driving there by Gambat. It's going to be interesting to see how they score that.
Well, it all depends whether there was a delay in it. Have a look at this, see if there's any kind of delay. Yoko Otoshi, and just certainly could be a score. Did they give it?
A Wazari.
Oh,
they gave it a big score. And he's looking for another one.
Well, it's got to be continuous for it to score.
It definitely looks like Gambat has found his rhythm.
See, I thought there was a little bit of a delay in it, but, well, that's my opinion. But anyway, Gambat ahead, and Kaya has to come forwards.
Well, in terms of aggression, I'm seeing all Gambat so far.
Well, this is all
There
Gambat,
it is.
isn't it? He's going to get the Wazari upon, is he, for that? Well, if they gave the first one, they've got to give that one, I think.
I think that was a replay of the first one. I
Oh,
think.
was it?
Yeah,
I was gonna say.
That's okay. Deja vu?
Yeah, thought I'd seen it before.
Yes. Yeah, Kiara's behind the 8 ball. He's got to do something here, but Gambat's not giving you a lot of room, and he slides in there for Stemiwaza.
Well, Gambat's going to get a second penalty here, and he's got 3 minutes to hold on to this. That's far too much. He's gone into kind of reverse mode and certainly defensive mode, so he can't do that, not at this stage.
It's a bit early to go defensive.
Well, talking about just having the 3 Shido rules, he's going to get a penalty for that as well. That's going to be 3 penalties up there to Gambat, and he is in danger now of being disqualified.
And it's just such a pity. I mean, if
Well,
you were to get disqualified with a Waza Adi on the board,
yeah, but I mean, again, negative judo. He's gone into defensive mode too early, and I said that at the 3-minute mark, and you just can't afford to do it. And we're talking about the 3 Shidos instead of 4 Shidos, so that the people coming into the last minute can still get disqualified if they run away for the last minute. I think they're going to talk about it.
well, there was showing a little bit there.
Well, yeah, he's
That was the best attack I think we've seen by Kiara so far.
yeah, well, I mean, it's his job now, really take the fight to Gambat.
Yeah, he could force the penalty. He keeps attacking here.
Just put him under pressure.
And for Gambat, staying down on the ground, burning the clock. Minute and a half, too much time.
Yeah, it's a minute and a half, and it's going to be difficult for Gambat to hold on to this. Well, we've seen him blow a couple of times, Gambat, because I think just latter part of his career, he wants to go to the Olympic Games, of course he does, but certainly struggles in this part of the contest. Yoko Otoshi again. And Kaya, rather than just looking for the easy Shido, needs to put him under pressure with attacks.
Yeah, he's got to go to work now.
Absolute masters of the tactical play, the French.
You can see how he's taking charge with the Kumigata now.
Well, that was just a drop again from Gambat. Is it going to happen? Well, I think this could be all over. Video referee having a quick look at it.
Did they want to confirm it, right? Make sure.
Absolutely, and that's how we use the video referee, just to make sure, but I think that it will be all over, and Gambat, a Wazari ahead, is going to lose this match.
It's a crying shame, as they say. But he did it to himself.
Well, again, that 3-minute mark was the key. Hans Sokomaki then to Gambat. Wazari ahead, and Kaya of France goes through to the semi-final. Wow.
Wow. Well, we'll stick here for Kim Won-jin of Korea versus Dashdavar of Mongolia. We're going to keep an eye on, see how the draw looks on mat 2. We might have to switch over to the Kondo Ami match versus Figueroa of Spain. Kondo did not really look good in the first round. She squeaked through. She's a bit of a slow starter sometimes. Sometimes she's absolutely dynamic and brilliant, and you're going, that's why she was the pick of Rosami. And other times you're like, she has no business being out there.
Well, I think that, again, new on the scene, she took everybody by surprise, and I think everybody knows that she's the one to aim at.
Yeah, well, I mean, she did that rare double of getting the junior and the world championship, senior world championship in the same year, and that really raised a lot of eyebrows. But it also put her under a lot of pressure, and she wilted under that pressure and then sort of came back.
Yeah, and came back well.
Yeah, she did.
Well, Kim Won-jin here on this quarterfinal match here in the under 60 kilos. He is one of the two-time world silver medalists. Look at that Uranagi there. Is he going to score with it? I think he sat him down on his backside.
Yeah, it looked Yuko-ish until that actual landing was more on the butt and then on the back.
Yeah, which is why, it's always the landing. We score the landing, not the flight.
Yeah, the flight is for the spectators. The landing is for the referees.
I like that. I'll use that one.
Here it is.
Well, Dashdavar also big counter-attacker. So if he comes in half-hearted, Kim, he'll find himself going up and under and over, should I say.
Could be more of both. Up, under, over.
Yeah. Here comes the pickup there. Dashdavar looking for it.
He's waiting for Kim to be tentative on that attack and then make the big counter.
Yeah, one mistake. And he looks stronger as well. Physically the stronger of the two, Dashdavar.
Yeah, he looks just fit. There's more energy to him, too.
Well, he's the one coming forwards. I think every one of this Mongolian team just looked physically in great condition.
There we go.
That close contact is not what Kim wants. He really doesn't.
He needs a space. Yeah, once you give up the trunk of your body like that to that double-handed grip, one coming over the shoulder, the other one coming around the back.
Well, I definitely wouldn't be there. That's for sure.
You give that up to a Mongol or to Georgia, and then it's good night, Irene.
Well, yeah, just look at Gaviniashvili at the moment.
The man is on fire.
One small opportunity and it's there. Look at that. Almost scored with that Ko Soto there. Dash Devar. Look at the extreme left to right. Brilliant change of direction there from Dash Devar.
He's hunting for it, isn't he? He really is. He's waiting. He's just waiting it out. Still no score, no Shido. This one's absolutely open.
Yeah, it could go either way, this one. Well, you can't get a better opportunity to see extreme right against left. Extreme opposites, but still the sleeve presents itself for Dash Devar, and that's because the Koreans can go off the lapels, double lapels. They go off the lapels rather than sleeve and lapel. And that's exactly what Kim's doing here.
That's going to score.
Great change of direction there from Kim. Well, that was a beautiful Ouchi, wasn't it? There, it's Ko Soto first of all, Dash Devar. And just a change of direction. Look at that, almost onto there.
Oh, almost gets the Juji Katame there.
Well, it was close, wasn't it?
And that was kind of ironic because that was Dash Devar making the attack and Kim who picked up the counter. So the tide is clearly turned in this match.
He's not going to stop coming forward, Dash Devar.
Well, now the pressure's on where he's going to have to make the attacks versus sitting back and waiting for the counters. Big look at Uchimata.
Well, it's Mongolian style, isn't it? That's for sure. Just incredible stuff they come out with. Attacking from different angles, different grips, different kumakata.
This is really great high-level judo here.
It is. It's touch and go. They're both attacking when the danger of a Shido is about to happen, breaking each other's balance. Dash Devar coming forwards into the last minute.
And that's the testament to the quality of this match. We don't have any Shidos on the board yet. Of course, as soon as I say that, one will pop up. Just a half minute left here.
Dash Devar has to do something. 20 seconds left. Wazari down, needs a Nippon.
I don't think Kim's going to give it to him. Kim can take the penalty if he wants. He's going to. Take a second one, a third one if he wants.
Well, flying Juju Gatami there from Dash Devar.
That's the third one we've seen this morning of the last 10 seconds. That seems to be the new desperation move instead of the flop into Stemiwaza. That was the better quality of the three, but...
Well, a good performance from Kim Won-jin and puts him through now to the semi-final.
That was a fantastic match. All right, we are going to switch over to mat 2 and pick up the tail end. And I mean the very tail, 20 seconds left of Lemray from France versus
Orazbayev
of Uzbekistan.
Well, Lemaire is the one that surprisingly beat Takata, wasn't he? And wow. Losing this, though, in the quarterfinal.
Ordos Boev, he beat somebody of quality before this match. He took out Sendajor. So the Mongolian's taking a bit of a beating.
Well, you know, like I said, bad dress rehearsal, good performance, and that's the way that you've got to look at this. Well, this looks like it's going to video referee, possibility of a disqualification.
Yeah, I'd say there's a Hansel Kamake in the line here. And both fighters are kind of looking around. Who got caught with what?
By the looks of Lemaire's face there, it's Lemaire that is
He's
possibly
feeling the guilty party. He's not showing much poker face, is he? They're certainly taking their time.
top referees. We can just tell you now, all around a little screen there, just trying to find out who's the guilty party here. If anything, it's going to be Lemaire. He's already down two Yukos to 1.
Well, we're not missing much in the other match because I think there's some sort of penalty timeout or someone's late coming to the tatami because like we finally have. So it was an Ippon call. It wasn't Hansokamake. They were just trying to confirm. I don't know if we're going to get a replay of that.
Well, it'd be nice if we could get a replay on it. Don't know if we're going to go on the big screen on it, but it doesn't look like it. Straight to your match here, David. Figaro. Spain against Kondo Ami of Japan. Favorite, one of the favorites for the gold medal in
Rio?
Yeah, in Rio de Janeiro.
It depends on which Kondo Ami shows up that day.
I think that's the big thing, isn't it? Kondo in blue. Well, I think you're right. We've seen some different ones turning up, and sometimes she just looks a little bit out of it, as if she, like almost as if her mind's somewhere else.
Exactly. It's the focus isn't there, or I mean, you never see that at Matsumoto. You know what you're getting. She's going to charge and drive forward, whether she's injured, whatever's going on. You're always going to see that Matsumoto. But with Kondo, yeah, you never quite know. She's got great judo, but it almost seems like she just is shy about pulling the trigger sometimes, you know? She holds back instead of just, you know, you've got that moment, a half second, a quarter second where you just got to go, and she doesn't.
Well, I wonder as well how many are actually training through this event, how many actually are just, because there are some pretty tired performances. We're having a look at people, you know, sometimes difficulty to attack at the right time, timing just a little bit off, and that almost always tells me that maybe they're coming into the event on a training period that's coming through the event.
Yeah, this is just another day of randori. It's another day of training. See, well, it's Figueroa who's got the first penalty up on the board. That's basically how Kondo got through the first match.
Yeah, like I say, she just looks, there's a Yuko there from the Uchimata, but just looks as if the timing just a little bit off.
It's not crisp, you know, that was like a slow grinding kind of throw. if you want to call it that.
Well, you know, we just talked about winning matches, how important it is sometimes just to grind it out. It is, especially when you're on that particular part of your training program. I've had some events that I've come into where it really is grinding it out. I know that it's going to be a hard day's work.
Yeah, some days you don't have it, and actually the ones who are the champions who can grind it out on their one of their better days.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to think for the Japanese coaching staff, that looked a little better by Kondo. That if Kondo doesn't do it in Rio, did they pass on Asami twice?
Well, I can't imagine how Asami feels back home watching this. Quite surprised, actually. They didn't give Asami the chance to do the World Masters. Almost as a signing off, but I guess that's not what they do, is it?
Well, I mean, yeah, they don't usually put in two. What's interesting is I was really surprised that they put in the entire team except for Tachimoto and Mimeki for the women's side.
Almost gets countered back there, Kondo. Figaro not giving up on this match. Last minute. And it looks like it's one of those kind of days for Kondo Ami. It really does. She's going to have to grind this one out. Of course, this will put her through to the semi-final, but no reflection on the judo. Left to right situation.
There we go. That looked better.
Yeah, beautiful change of direction, wasn't it? Koichi Gary just drove her back.
Yeah, I saw a little head juke, a little head feint or something like that. She sold that really well.
Well, action reaction at its best.
Well, perhaps with a minute left. This last minute, she's starting to look a little bit more like that other Kondo.
Yeah, second Yuko there to Kondo for that Koichi. She kind of almost scored, didn't she, the time before? This time it was quite clear. Beautiful drive. 19 seconds left.
Well, she keeps hitting that Ashiwaza. Then she can start turning in for Seanage and start working back and forth, forward, back. It opens up the possibilities.
Well, I think she's just holding off now. 6 seconds to go. And it's going to be Kondo Ami through to the semi-final.
So slightly better than her opening round. Actually, much better. 2 Yukos is certainly better than getting by Shido. But I think she looked better in the last minute, 45 seconds. She looked like the Kondo who is a Japanese national rep.
So the next quarter-final here in the under 48 kilograms, Sarah Menezes of Brazil against Mestre Alvarez of Cuba.
Menezes is squeaked by Carrillo. We'll see if the Cuban can get past her.
I think David's just going to hand over to Sheldon. Sheldon's just going to come in and just pick up this match with Menezes, the Olympic champion, the defending Olympic champion, and Mr. Alvarez of Cuba.
Very good afternoon to you too, Neil. You've seen them come and you've seen them fall.
Well,
Look
it's
how many of
unbelievable.
them.
Well, it's amazing. You know, so some of the stuff that's happening here.
Cherniak, the Ukrainian, just overcame Munkbat the number 1 seed down on mat number 1.
Incredible.
Didn't see that coming.
But so many surprises, and I was just saying that it'd be interesting to find out just at what stage of their training, for the Olympics that they actually are at. Because Kondo, for example, just saw her and looked very ordinary.
Yeah.
I have to say, ordinary for this level.
Yeah,
And
got
just
a nose ahead, didn't she, in the end?
Yep.
Yeah. I felt the same about Munkbat. Just although the timing, you want to get your timing right for one single day in that 4-year period, don't you? You just want it right for that day. So in a way, you can say, no big deal, no harm done, But as Neil was just saying, where exactly are you?
Well, the thing is, I always used to try and get it to top 5% of my performance. That I knew that was going to be able to enable me to win, and got within 10% most of the time. Menezes is coming back on form, though, isn't she?
Yeah,
She's just starting to come
definitely.
back on form at the right time. She had a 2-year period, I'd say, where she was just looking as if she might be overtaken for the Olympic place.
Yeah, Natalia Brigida was the Brazilian who was pushing her. We saw Natalia this morning. I think the wind was taken out of her sails as Menezes started to climb the ladder again, and she realised it's not going to happen. It's Menezes who's in the driving seat. Well, she's picked up 2 penalties here now. In her previous contest against the young Mexican Edna Carrillo, she really was pushed right to the edge. Incredible, and just snuck it in the end.
Well, struggling here as well. 2 minutes to go, halfway through.
Mr. Alvarez with a slight advantage, having picked up only 1 Shido, whereas Menezes has picked up 2.
Well, she's quite the fighter, isn't she, Mestre Alvarez? Typical of the Cubans, just onto the sleeves, into the sodi whenever she can. Menezes is the same, though. And Menezes is struggling just a little bit, and you can see that, but it's a second Shido Mestre Alvarez.
Last thing that she wanted.
Yeah, well, Menezes obviously got instructions there from her coaches saying she had to attack. Mestre Alvarez has got to rotate on that Cianagi.
Just stepped up the pressure, didn't she? And all of a sudden, the boots on the other foot. It's now Menezes who's got the advantage. 1.5 minutes left to go. It's an untidy looking scoreboard, unfortunately. It's not necessarily a reflection of what's happened in the contest. It's just that it's been error strewn, and now we've got 3-2.
Well, it's flop and drop as well. You can't just drop without rotation. Got to break the balance. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff there. Beautiful Wazari there from Sarah Menezes. And Diashibarai just took Mestre Alvarez over.
Exactly what she needed as well, because right at that point, it was still in the balance, 3-2. It could go either way, but now with the Wazari, all that Menezes, I say all that she's got to do, is avoid picking up a penalty and then putting it right on the edge.
Well, we're talking about that three Shido rule. If it was a 3 Shido rule, then, Mestre Alvarez would be out of it. But Sarah Menezes would still have to attack in this last minute. She wouldn't be able to just defend, and she's going to have to do the same now. This is a minute's work she's going to have to do.
Oh, she did again. And as you say, there's a minute to go. A lot can happen here. You can't afford, you have to attack, but it can't be anything that looks like a false attack, or else you're going to go. Or a step out, bad grip. Well, the Cubans just got to go hell for leather here.
Well, they're going to have to make sure that it's a strong attack. If any attack at all, it's got to be strong. Can't flop or drop. They're both on 3 Shidos. Good attack there from Menezes.
Just managed to squeeze that one in, and with 20-odd seconds left to go, if Menezes is clever, and if she's got it in her head, the timing of the attacks with only 27 seconds left to go, has got to be really careful. And it's she just stepped up, didn't she? And Mestre Alvarez picks up that penalty. But I thought it was a nicely balanced. Contest.
Yeah, it was really nicely balanced, and in the end, it came down to, didn't it, that last really good attack.
The next quarterfinal for women under 52 kilogram, tatami 2. In white for France, Annabelle Urani. In blue for Russia, Natalia Kuzyutina.
Right, coming up next, Annabelle Urani of France faces Natalia Kuzyutina of Russia. It's Urani in the white judogi, Kuzyutina in blue.
Well, these quarterfinals, quite something, because there's some really close matches here, and a lot of the gamesmanship coming out. It's about playing the game, knowing the game. Urani, so rangy and so typical of the French style, I guess you could say, but she uses her range very, very well. She'll be sending that big arm over the top, and Kuzyutina will be better off attacking before it lands. Well, she gets penalised for it there. Urani goes over, lands with the arm, and she has to attack immediately when that arm goes across. So any cross grip has to be an immediate attack.
There's an interesting physical matchup, isn't there?
Yeah, I was just saying exactly that. There is a physical matchup and very extreme styles. Yeah, it is. I mean, because you've got the big left arm of Urani coming over the top there, and I was saying that Kuzyutina is going to have to attack as the arm's coming over, but it's got to be strong attack. And just as I was saying it, Urani gets a penalty for holding the same side too long without attacking.
He gave her a penalty before, but they wiped that one off. So she's lucky not to be on two. And I can't see either of them having gone up there. There's no penalty on the board, so...
Well, they're both going for it, so they must have taken it off. Urani's they've just taken off there, but it's a really thin line, isn't it? Look at that arm going over the back. It's cross grip. As soon as it lands, she's got to attack. Kuzyutina is just thinking about attacking. Immediately the arm comes over.
Nice change there. The body looked as though she was going to go one way, and then she came left-sided. It wasn't the strongest of attacks, but she managed to get one in, and Urani had to defend it. Under 2 minutes left to go.
Well, some interesting matches, Sheldon, and some interesting gamesmanship, I was just saying, because it's about winning the game. You know, a lot of the technique just not quite on tip-top as far as coordination is concerned, which you kind of expect. This kind of level, you need it to be absolutely smack on, but you'd be a bit worried if it was 100% on here, especially if I was going to go to Rio de Janeiro and hoping that it was going to be smack on there. You know, it's getting it right, difficult.
Well, we've got 3 days of competition, so I mean, if it's reproduced on day 2 and day 3, then maybe there's not that much to worry about. But if it looks different tomorrow, then some of these who are fighting today are in trouble.
Shido there for Urani. And again, like I say, the flop and just dropping without rotation is what's getting a lot of the Shidos. In my opinion, I think that we've got to be just a little bit more lax on the gripping strategies. We want them to grip up, but we penalise a lot for gripping things that go wrong. And I think that we should be a little bit more open with the grips. If we take a grip, we catch a grip, as long as we throw from it or we attack from it.
I think there's a similar question mark over a failed attack and false attack. false attack, you're going to penalise. For someone who attacks and fails, there's a quite often I think he actually made an effort there. They've given a false attack,
and that's exactly what I was saying. That a lot of the penalties are coming off failed attacks because they feel they have to attack.
Yeah.
Whereas if they have a dominant grip, and I think that the key point here is that some of the different grips from the different styles and different countries should be allowed. I think they should give them a little bit more leeway, and it would open it up. After all, what we want to see is the ippon.
Single penalty picked up by Annabelle Urania of France was enough to do for her, and it's Natalia Kuzyutina who we'll see in the semi-final. We'll see Urania again. It'll be in the repechage contest, but Natalia Kuzyutina makes her way into the semi-final of the under 52 kilo category.
Interesting one on mat 1 handball. The world champion against Golan Polak of Israel. Quarterfinal just about to happen.
Do you want to net down there? Because you've got the choice, Neil. Ann Bowell of South Korea faces Golan Polak of Israel on mat number 1. Here on mat number 2, 3 times world champion and Olympic bronze medalist Nakamura Masato of Japan faces the Chinese challenger Ma Ying-na.
I think we'll stay with this one because Nakamura on great form. We want to stay with the throws, and she's been on terrific form in the earlier round.
Nakamura's teammate went tumbling.
It's incredible. I mean, isn't it? World champions, they're the favourites for Olympic gold medals. All of my, some of my previous reports all gone out the window. Actually, no, they haven't yet, have they? Not till after the Olympics.
But I'm with you as far as some of the picks for here are concerned. I mean, Matsumoto's got to be the biggest shocker. Although Lien Chenling is like the training partner and they're best friends and everything, so she's not stuck away in somewhere like, Chinese Taipei. She's training in Japan and there's the whole thing about it. So, and training partners can often,
upset the odds.
Cause some problems, yeah. And Bowell has just thrown Golan Polak for Ippon down on mat number 1. That didn't go the distance, did it? Polak had been struggling with a bit of a hip injury. I think he had some kind of impact injury this morning against Colin Oates, and he really struggled after that. No score here yet. 1 minute gone. Nakamura in the white judogi, Ma in blue.
Well, I love the attacks off the grip from Nakamura. She just has great feet as well. But Ma Yingnan is all action. Just comes forward all the time. Nakamura just looking for the sleeve lapel. Sticky foot. Ashiwaza there, trying to get that front foot of Ma back. Well, that different grip from Ma, that's not what she wants now. Trying to get that front foot back all the time. Nakamura. And Ma now beginning to break down. Nakamura, when she dominates the sleeve, that's when she's at her most dangerous. Well, every one of them in great condition, no matter where they are in their training schedules. Doesn't mean they're not in good condition.
After this contest, I'll give you the semi-final lineup for the under 52 kilo category. But very quickly, I'll just tell you the lineup for the under 48 kilo category. Marina Cherniak of the Ukraine faces Kondo Ami of Japan, and it'll be Dilara Lokmanahim of Turkey to face Sarah Menezes of Brazil.
Nakamura almost very close there with the turnover. Double lapel turnover, I was going to say, but it's where she controls the head, of course.
I was going to say that was there sufficient enough time, but then I looked to see who the referee was, and it was Vostrikov. He always gives plenty of time on the ground, so
yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Anywhere.
I was at a junior event just last week in the UK, and of course the referee still not giving any time for Newaza transition, and you know it's until it follows right the way down the levels, then it's not going to improve. It has to trickle down. That trickle down is so imperative. It really is. And like you say, Vostrikov always gives time, always gives them time to develop and to do the catch. And that's the important thing. If you stop it before the catch, before you catch the lapel, before you catch the arm, before you catch the neck, then that's when you can finish Newaza before it's even begun.
It's when she stops and goes for a second time. That's when the referee calls a mate. They're going to give you one go at it, and it's really got to be continuous. If you get blocked at some point, and it looks as though there's no progress, and you're starting again, then they call a mate. I'd like to see them say, well, we're starting again. You know, you didn't stop me when I was starting again standing up. Why have you stopped me when I'm starting again on the ground? I'm still active. I'm still working away.
Well, I think that's one of the other things they've got to look at as well is the attacking Newaza. Because I've seen it so many times that they were just about to get a Shido. They go to ground, they dominate for a minute in Newaza, get up, and they get a Shido for it. You know, it doesn't quite figure.
What's the point of working that hard then?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
2 penalties picked up by Ma Yingnan. And that, I'm afraid, is enough just to keep distance between herself and Nakamura, and it's Nakamura who we'll see in the second of the semi-finals. So I'll tell you quickly then, it's Andrea Kitsu of Romania, the number 1 seed. She'll face Natalia Kuziutina of Russia. Kuziutina having knocked out the number 4 seed, Annabelle Urani, in that quarter-final. And then the number 2 seed, Erica Miranda of Brazil. She will face Nakamura Misato. That's the lineup. Kitsu and Kuziutina, Miranda and Nakamura. And coming up next, some home interest in a quarter-final. Eduardo Araujo of Mexico first faces Sergio Olienic. I'll tell you what, okay, he's won his first contest, but he's not that far away from Olienic, you know. This could be a good contest here. It's Araujo in the white judogi and Olienic in blue. Let's see how things pan out here.
Well, got nothing to lose, has he? And that's the thing here. The crowd really getting behind their fighters. Battle royal going on the other mat there. Davidorj against Shikhelazada.
That's in the under 66 kilo category that Neil just pointed out. Davidorj trailing by Yuko. You can see that in the top left-hand corner of the screen there. The score anyway, and 2 penalties apiece, but Shikhelazada with the Yuko and a little under a minute left to go.
Well, I think some of the athletes that are qualifying without the pressures of performing necessarily at the Olympic Games are going to be the ones that are really going to cause surprises, and of course the ones that are going absolute favourites, and I've been there myself a couple of times, and it's not the best feeling in the world. It puts a hell of a lot on your shoulders, Sheldon.
I'll have to take your word for it. Having never been anywhere near that rarefied air.
Well, it's a one-off event, the Olympic Games, and how to prepare for it. Well, I wish I had a notebook for it. I wish I had a handbook.
Well, the last 10 seconds, Davidorj came up with Wazari. 10 seconds to go. He came out to steal it from deflated Nijat Shikalizada. It was all happening down on mat number 1. Meanwhile, here, Araujo a little bit slow to get to his feet.
Well, you said it was going to be quite a match. Well, I think for somebody like the Mexican to be in a match like this, in an event like this, it wouldn't normally happen. It's you know, he's upped his game, and of course, wow, it's all of a sudden you're in with the big boys.
Yeah, I mean, fighting at home and the possibility of the crowd just lifting you that bit more, you know. He couldn't ask for a better draw. Fight at home, crowds behind him. You know, he's got quite a lot going in his favour.
Well, we see it a lot, don't we, with the Grand Prix, Grand Slams, and every country, the host country, can put up to 4 people in every one of the weight categories. Not so here in the Masters, they can only put 1, but even so, they can put athletes in that wouldn't normally qualify for the bigger events, and they can put them in there for the experience. They can put their top juniors in to get experience against the world champions, Olympic champions, and we see some fantastic performances. Oh, Yoko Satemiwaza there. Yoko Otoshi. And Portuguese was very, very close there with that score. Almost scoring, not quite. Starting to break him down just a little bit. Shido, first Shido goes up to Araujo. Well, every time he attacks, massive cheer from the crowd. Well, I think that's it. It's directly into the offside commi, and it was a nice turnover, beautiful turnover. You could say that he has him kind of under control there, it looks like it.
Yeah, well and truly wrapped up, and it was uncomfortable. Squeezed his way out there right at the very end.
Mazzari scored in the end.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the referee signalling Yuko. The board will tell him what it is, but he probably called Tokita before the Mazzari came up, and now they're having to change it down to Yuko. So that's how that one came about. So Yuko the lead for Oljenic with 1:20 odd left to go.
Well, again, looking for the Yoko Toshi, it seems to be the vogue technique at the moment, certainly to get out of trouble or to change flanks. And I think that's the important thing with it. It's to change flanks to go over the other side.
He struggled, Araujo, on the ground. His defence, although reasonable, it hasn't been good enough to block Oljenic so quickly that either the Portuguese says, well, I'm not going to give this a go, or for the referee to decide nothing's happening. He's just able to eat up the clock and rest on that single Yuko.
Yeah, Oljenic just doing the what's required. Nice Kouchi there, almost scored. And going for the turnover again. Good match.
Yeah, and the other thing is this: he's in almost the same position here, but
well, it's a good turnover again into the
enough.
offside commi. How to waste time. And it's all over. Oljenic of Portugal goes through to the semi-final. Disappointed, Araujo, but I would be pleased with that performance because it was way above his pay grade, and I thought that he fought very, very well.
And he's still in with the shout because he's in the repechage, so you never know. Dorjsurin Sumia of Mongolia is on mat number 1. She faces Nakoda Davis of Great Britain, the number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category. We've got Takajo Tomohumi of Japan coming up next against Kamal Khan Magomedov. That'll be a bit of a bust up. So we're going to stay here to watch that one. Olianic of Portugal takes that contest. Now let's take a look at the next of the quarterfinals in the under 66 kilo category. Takajo Tomohumi of Japan in white, Kamal Khan Magomedov of Russia in blue. Here's Neil again.
Takajo, what a reserve. And I say reserve, he's not going to the Olympic Games. We know that Ebenuma is going to the Olympic Games, but Takajo is just on fire here. Khan Magomedov also on fire. 2 massive throwers. My prediction is somebody's going to go. I think something with Khan Magomedov, I mean, it can just be one attack that's not quite on line, and up you go. And he just beat Soborov in the previous round. Soborov, one bad attack, that was all it needed, and Uranagi right the way over scored a Wazari to win the match.
Explosive fighter, Kamal Khan Magomedov.
Well, of course, he was so disappointed not to go to the last Olympic Games. Just looks to me as if he's on balance. He just has great presence as well, doesn't he? He just controls the match, no matter where the techniques are coming from. Very cool, calm and collected.
He's got nice movement. He's not cocky, but he's got an air about him of confidence, I think it is.
Yeah, the air of confidence is the difference, isn't it? Knows his ability.
And he's always threatening. You know, there's something about him that looks dangerous. Even if he hasn't got his hands on you, he looks dangerous.
Well, you can tell that as well by Takajo. Takajo normally come in guns blazing, but he's a little bit tentative there before he comes in. And he knows it. He can feel it out there. As soon as Khan Magomedov grips up with him, he can feel the danger.
Missed with that Sutemi Waza effort. Hardly, well, he managed to get the foot up there, but whether it was Sumigaishi or Tomoe, Khan Magomedov was quick to block it. And it never really developed into either of those, but I suppose that was in his mind. A little over 3 minutes left to go.
Well, Khan Magomedov looks to have the measure of those techniques from Takajo, but he's got to concentrate as well. 100%. Takajo, big throw up, and he can go left and right.
Dorjsurin and Davis are in golden score down on mat number 1 in the under 57 kilo category. That in that quarter-final there. Shaped for the shoulder throw there, didn't he? And he was in and out very quickly. Wasn't happening, so he bailed.
Yeah, a little bit of a tactical play here. Takajo wants 2 hands on, but as soon as he gets 2 hands on, Khan Magomedov starts to open up.
He goes again. He's waiting for him, isn't he?
Yeah, it's almost waiting just pulls it out of line. That's the interesting thing. It's not so much that Takajo isn't hitting him at the right time. It's that he's just out of line. He pulls his body just away from the line and then in for the counter.
Single penalty picked up by Khan Magomedov. Just a little bit off the pace at the moment, the Russian, but 2 minutes and plus left to go.
I think you were right there. He's just waiting.
Yeah, just sitting back that little bit.
Yeah.
See what Takajo's got to offer.
Catherine Boschini-Pinard.
Second penalty up there to Takajo. So he's turned it around, Khan Magomedov, just to up the pace just that little bit. You can see it there.
There must be, as Neil was saying, there must be the feeling that Khan Magomedov is transmitting through, his grip in that made Takajo pick up those 2 penalties. There was a moment ago when Khan Magomedov was behind the game. He had the single Shido against him. All of a sudden, he's the one now with the advantage, having only picked up 1 penalty. Takajo now picked up 2.
Yeah, you can almost see it in his face. It's kind of a fear. It is. And Khan Magomedov dominating the grips and the movement. Almost forcing the cross grip there from Takajo.
And that little Sernegi that Takajo was shaping to bring off there was no room. He wanted to get inside there, but there was nowhere to go. He got blocked. So I'm surprised that he tried to get in there. There was nowhere to get in.
Khan Magomedov just dominating the grips, looking for the counter. Oh, he's got taken over. He made a mistake. Well, that's a Wazari there for Takajo, and just stayed there too long, didn't he? Shakes his head there. He stayed there too long.
We were talking about being confident. I think that was a case of he was overconfident. You got a danger man like Takajo who comes in. You avoid the first one, which he did. Get out of there. He got in, and it was a failed position. He really hadn't made the attack yet, Takajo. But he didn't get the right position. Get out of there. Don't give him a second go. That was a terrific
he's done
effort.
it, surely.
Yeah.
Yes, he gets the ippon. Beautiful stuff there. Khan Magomedov just pulls it out the bag. Wow, what a technique. 12 seconds from the end. And Khan Magomedov, well, look at that. He just dug himself out there, didn't he?
He was deep. He was in deep trouble.
He was.
And still managed to dig himself out.
Wow, what an amazing quarterfinal.
And the thing about, and we've seen it with Kim Won-jin today as well, Vincent Lemar of France, we've seen times when it all looked done and dusted, and they just dug deep and came back.
Beautiful Siatoshi there from Khan Magomedov. He just rotates right the way through, and almost a bridge there from Takajo.
Look where the referee is.
Well, I think it's, if not the bridge, but anyway, it was slight hesitation. It would have gone to him anyway, but that was brilliant stuff there from Khan Magomedov. Talk about a pressure point. There was the pressure point. He was a Wazari down. 15 seconds left in the contest, and he pulls that out.
Irrespective of the bridge, I like this for Ippon. And I'll tell you why. Look at the finish. He's not finished with the throw. It's only right at the end when you can say he's finished with the technique. And when he does finish, where is Takajo?
Yeah, well,
right there.
Exactly.
Flat
Shoulders right the way on his back.
Yeah.
And,
it's an unusual one, isn't it? Because for me, it looks like Wazari here. But he's not finished. He's going to put him flat on his back. When he finishes that technique, he's flat on his back. He doesn't leave it. He hasn't finished his technique yet. And it's a nice finish.
Oh, Khan Magomedov through, and that was a brilliant performance from him.
In between that, we've had Karakash Hedvig and Lien Chenling come to the tatami, and Karakash leads by Yuko. Lien, the conqueror of Matsumoto Kaori, the current Olympic champion at under 57 kilos. And something happened just a second ago that they're looking at. That was lovely because that was what was on the scoreboard.
Well, he got it right, that's for sure.
It was absolutely right, wasn't it?
It just goes to show, though, doesn't it? I mean, you see that quarter with these two, Karakas and Lien, and then, of course, Matsumoto, the Olympic champion, just in that little quarter there, and Karakas' possibility of coming out here ahead of it, into the semi-final. It's just amazing how draws, they can look so bad, and then they can come out totally different. And relatively quickly, too.
I'm going to give you the lineup for the under 66 kilo category. little stab at Uchimata there, a little far away, wasn't she? Almost spun her over that left leg.
Well, this is where she was so dangerous, of course, in that previous
Ooh,
match,
ooh.
and it looks like she's going to do the
Yep.
same. Sangaku Gatame then.
Just got
and
the right leg crossed over there, so maybe that's why they're saying there isn't control, but it's pretty good to me.
well, that's got to be now,
Yeah, now,
surely.
Now, yeah.
And that is pretty tight. Wow, what a turn up. Lian Shenling just having the tournament of her life, really. Taking out the Olympic champion. Caracas just about to go.
Yep.
It's all over, and she through to the semi-final.
And a little jump at the end, did you see that? That
Well, a little confidence, as if to say, what do you
Hey.
think about that?
Yeah, some of that. Oh, Garakash tumbles as well. Garakash not bad on the ground herself, but
Well, it's
falling to
great
Leanne.
transition from Lien, and I have to say that that's, well, Ippon all the way so far.
I was going to give you the rundown of the semi-final lineup in the under 66 kilo category. Let me do that quickly for you now. Ann Bowell of South Korea faces Sergio Olienic of Portugal, and it's Davidosh Temirkeleg of Mongolia to face Kamal Khan Magomedov of Russia. Coming onto the mat now in the quarterfinal in the under 57 kilo category, Marty Malloy of the United States of America faces Helene Rossovaux of France. It's Malloy in the white judogi, Rossovaux in blue.
Well, Malloy very steady, isn't she? She just great performances almost every tournament that we've seen her at. She has such consistency. I've seen her grow up from when she was just a young girl coming onto my seminars, and how she has developed into a world-class fighter. It's been an amazing trip. It's been terrific, and she's going to go for a second Olympic medal in Rio de Janeiro. Marty Malloy has good Newaza as well. Rossovaux attacking at the moment, though. Rossovaux now trying to tie up the top half. So Rossovaux had head-to-heads with Pavillard, of course, for the Olympic place for France. That's all sorted, I think, now, isn't it? Pavillard definitely selected.
Yeah, I felt that Pavia had done enough in the last competition to see off any challenge from Rossovaux. Now I'm thinking, what if she wins here? You know,
Yeah.
what would you do?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Because you'd end up beating everybody, you know, who was anybody.
Well, I can never understand why they make selections prior to it anyway. I don't get that, other than telling the fighters themselves. But if something certainly is not 100%, then you're not.
Hang on for a bit.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I mean, Rossovaux beat Rafaela Silva of Brazil in their opening contest. If she saw off the challenge from Marty Malloy and then did Beauchemin Pinard, she'd be in the final against Dortzer and Olien. You know, maybe it wouldn't make any difference to the French. Maybe they've got their own idea of who they want to send, and I suppose having had that experience already.
Well, the thing is, it's not just about them or what they can do against each other. It's about who's going to win them the medal at the Olympic Games. That's what people have got to remember. It's not, well, such and such has the higher points, or they have the higher world ranking. The last time they met, such and such won. It's about who's going to get the medal at the Olympics.
Yeah, they're all, the other things are all just talking points. The big one is who's going to get me the medal? Who's got the best chance of getting me the medal?
1 minute 26, Marty Malloy of the USA. Just having her sleeves dominated at the moment, so can't turn in for the Sodisura Komigosh. She needs to be first in with the Kumakata, and the Kumakata playing a big part in this match.
This is better. Just lost the left hand there. She wanted to engage her on the ground. Okay, well that's good. You've got the Satemi Waza to make it look good, but you've got to bring them with you.
You've got to break balance. If you don't break balance, it's going to be a penalty. 1 minute left. Anybody's match this. Rossevaux just dominating the grips for me at the moment, but no score on the board.
You're having a laugh.
Well, I can't believe that. Surely that will go. And you know what? That is an amazing call, isn't it? At this level, I don't get that. Is that going to go to video referee? Surely it will.
I mean, the girl is it's almost a Satemi Waza from the Ashi Waza attempt, right? She's almost down on her back. It's a little push down, and they do give it.
Well, are we going to see that back in slow motion? I'd certainly like to see that one, because I don't. Maybe there was something that we didn't see. It hasn't been stopped. Here we go. We're going to have a look at it. Well, again, it was Martin Malloy's Ashi Waza. Started it off. Starts to scoop the leg up. Rossevaux now just changes direction, but, well, did she do enough to warrant an ippon?
She's got her elbow down. Her legs are already down. The ippon comes from the smallest push down. We haven't got to that point yet where Rossevaux takes over. She takes over here.
Well, I don't see that. I really don't. But that's just my opinion. You know, these referees have their own interpretation, and
you're not alone in that.
Right,
I couldn't believe it.
Okay, so we move on. I think we've got to the repechage, and there's a repechage match here. Dash Devar of Mongolia versus Bayev of Uzbekistan.
On the adjoining mat, there's 6 seconds left in the contest between Walid Kaya of France and Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan. It's the Azeru who leads by Wazari, and time running out there, so it'll be Safarov into the final. We just missed seeing that one. I'll keep an eye on what's happening with the other contests, but there's another repechage contest coming up shortly, so we won't move for that one. We'll stay here, because coming up next will be Kim Won-jin and Vincent Lemar.
Well, that's a semi-final match as well, so very important one. Kim Won-jin on great form. Dash Devar, one of those really confident fighters that are very upright. But Uzbayev dangerous. Look at that Sodi Surakomigoshi there. Stretch Dash Devar out. Don't forget, this is the repechage of the World Masters, top 16 in this event. In every weight category, that is. Looking for the Ashi Waza, Uzbayev taking the fight to Dash Devar. Dash Devar is going to get another penalty any second now, just off the pace a little bit here. Uzbayev is the one coming forwards. Massive Cianagi there. Oh, that was close. Dash Devar this time with a standing Cianagi.
Good judo there, huh, Neil?
Wow, fantastic. Some really good stuff. Back and fro, to and fro, should I say. Dash Devar standing. Cianagi's Uzbayev there. Nice Tayatoshi.
We're seeing some great judo from the Mongolians today, aren't we?
It's just some amazing judo, and coming from different directions. And some, well, we just saw Magmadov just doing some, well, just an amazing thing there. Beating the Japanese in the closing seconds of their match.
Yeah, that was a spectacular throw on Takajo.
Fantastic, Tagujo looked, that's got to be Ippon. Uchigari there, dash Devar, drives Urazbayev straight onto his back. Beautiful driving Uchigari, that was amazing.
Full shoulder blades just planted absolutely flatly on the ground.
That's controlling with the hands, and he knew exactly where he wanted him there, and Urazbayev there having a job to draw breath after that.
I peeked back in the athlete section there, and I didn't quite get a full injury report, but Takajo is sporting quite a bit of ice on his left shoulder, so we'll just hope that this is a temporary setback.
Possibility then that he won't be out for the repechage match, or they'll try and get him ready for it.
I assume because they have the ice and he's still in the warm-up area that they're keeping him around. I think that if he was going to be out, he would be back at the hotel by now.
Well, I'd like to see this match if we could. The Dash Devar Urazbayev, just a replay of that Ouchigari, that beautiful driving Ouchigari. Doesn't look like we're going to get it, but semi-final, first semi-final, under 60 kilograms, Kim Won-jin then against Vincent Lemaire. Vincent Lemaire in blue, Kim Won-jin of Korea, he's in white.
Lemaire has been the spoiler today, hasn't he? We were just talking about Takato, and he's been able to get the job. Look at him going at Kim right there.
Well, that was massive, wasn't it? Massive Uranagi there, just to open it up.
He just lost his grip, I think, at the last second. Lost a bit of control.
You're absolutely right. He is the absolute spoiler of the tournament, and wow, what a tournament he's having.
He's going to be raking up a pile of points there for himself to bring home.
Well, I bet he wishes that it was the Olympic Games. That's all I can say, but I think I would if I was him.
It's kind of hard to get that double of coming a big competition like this and then bring it back up for the Olympic Games.
Well, it's all right saying, I know that I can do it now. I've beaten them here, but these kind of performances don't happen that often.
Let's see if Kim's got an answer for the spoiler.
Well, so far, Kim hasn't done anything. He hasn't been able to grip up. Every time he does, Lemaire does something to attack. Yoko Satemiwaza from Lemaire.
Well, you had mentioned earlier in the broadcast that usually the Koreans have an answer for most gripping situations.
Yeah, well, they don't look for the sleeve. It's they look for the lapel, and then that high lapel grip to turn and pull the head in.
You saw there, he had the high grip on the left hand there.
Yeah, and it's going to win him the Shido against Lemaire. Lemaire should get a Shido for this. Well, he dropped Lemaire then. I'll be surprised if he doesn't get it. And there he does. He gets it. So Lemaire gets the penalty, and it's that high grip that got it. Made him drop.
We got to see if we can get some offense there from Lemaire. He came out blazing guns there with that first Uranage, and we haven't seen a lot since.
No, it can be that they're afraid to make a mistake. Kim Won-jin certainly looks like that to me. He's looking for the Uchimata. He's trying to set up the line for the Uchimata, but he'll have to go in really, really strong when he does it.
Well, he had that high grip for a second, and then looks like either Lemaire broke it or he thought second thoughts.
Second Shido to Kim Won-jin and to Lemaire. Well, objecting there, Lemaire to the Ashiwaza, thundering Ashiwaza.
Well, I mean, I always say an Ashiwaza with no Kazushi is a kick. And that's pretty much what Lemaire was probably saying right there.
Well, yeah, that's what he's saying. But you always get that with the Koreans. It's just a different kind of Ashiwaza, I suppose, sported by the Koreans. Trying to set it up for the Uchimata, and that's what he's doing.
Stebiwaza attempt there by Lemaire.
Bit of frustration here, coming up to the 2-minute mark. And it's Kim Won-jin that's coming forwards. He realizes that he's just a little bit off the pace. There's the Uchimata.
That was his best look yet, no doubt about
Yeah,
it.
definitely setting it up there for the right line in for the Uchimata.
He had blew up off his feet there. Didn't quite be able to turn the hip there to finish the throw.
Well, of course, Lemaire just knocking the line off. He's just trying not to be in the right place at the wrong time. Or is it the other way around? I can never... the wrong place at the right time.
Well, he tried to slide in there and opens himself up for a second for Shimewaza.
Quite a tactical match from these two. 1 minute 40 to go.
This is really falling right into Lemaire's hands in a way, because this is how he's kind of slipped through his previous opponents.
Well, that's going to be a Yuko for one thing. You're absolutely right. Drop Cianagi. Brilliantly performed there by Lemaire. Right the way underneath Kim. Took him over. Total overthrow onto his side.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen basically with Stemiwaza up to this point, some Koshiwaza. We hadn't seen something like that. And now Kim's back is against the wall here with 1:17 left. And now they're going to start really going at it.
Yeah, well, he almost took him back as well there, Lemaire. Kim Won-jin tried the Uranagi, trying to take him back, and then he almost gets countered. Now, Lemaire, Uranagi, and he just lands onto his elbow. Not quite. Is he going to go for the Jujigatami? What a performance. Lemaire is just absolutely the spoiler. You're dead right.
He's fighting out of his shoes even though he's barefoot. He really is putting up a nice performance against some quality opponents.
Well, yeah, the very best. You can't say that Takuto isn't the favorite.
Oh, and look at that. Beautiful Kouchi there. And that's going to score another Yuko.
Brilliant change of direction. Lemaire taking Kim Won-jin. And he's dominating. A little bit of feign of injury here just to compose himself. 42 seconds left.
Looking for blood that isn't there.
Well, I think so. I think it's going to be the long way back. I always say that when you get to this stage, you just take the long route back to the center. Give yourself time just to get your breath back. Compose yourself.
They're going to tidy up their judo gis.
Well, I don't know what the referee's looking for now. A bit of blood. Lemaire says, take all the time that you need. 42 seconds to go in this match, this semi-final. Kim Won-jin is going to come forward like a man possessed.
You know, obviously Lemaire is a bit winded from that effort, but at the same time, he had kind of the momentum behind him. And, you know, you have this big break, he might lose that momentum. It's 42 seconds is enough time, definitely, for
well,
Kim.
yeah, I mean, this is the danger period, certainly on the Hajime off this. He's got to really concentrate on his defense, Lemaire.
Like that.
Yeah, well, he has it well sorted out, and now looking for the arm. He was onto the arm as well. 2 Yukos up, and the blood seems to be coming from Kim Won-jin.
Did he get a face scratch, perhaps? I thought at first he's got the nose plugged up, right? But maybe he got a scratch because he seemed to indicate something when he was before that first break.
Well, I won't be surprised if he comes back all mummified, which is normally happens to stop the blood. If it gets stopped one more time, of course, Lemaire will be given the match.
I think the poster child for the mummified look would be Travis Stevens at the London Olympics in that bronze medal match.
Well, they put it on, of course, so that the blood doesn't come out. I mean, if they can't stop the blood, like I say, the second time, it's Pongac and it's given to the other person. Lemaire, just where he wants to be.
Same move as he did before the break there. Wraps his arm around the back there.
Well, it's exactly what he wants. Kim Won-jin, he needs a big score. He needs at least a Wazari. Going to do the Uchimata. The mare's going to get penalized.
He's got 3 now. Or he should. There we go.
The Lemaire, 19 seconds, has to stay good, and that was close. Well, 12 seconds to go, and
That was on the hairy edge of being a false attack.
it was, and it could be Honsokamaki. You know, we've seen it happen before. 12 seconds to go. Lemaire holding off. Big arm over the top. There's the Uranagi again. 7 seconds left to go. Kim Won-jin is not going to have enough. It's going to be all over. And Vincent Lemaire goes through to the final. Wow.
You wouldn't have written,
you wouldn't have written that, would you, at the beginning of the day?
my money would not have been on that pony, that's for sure.
Vincent Lemaire having the tournament of his life. He's through to the final in this under 60 kilos category.
I'm still thinking about that one attack, maybe about 20 seconds back, whether that was legit or not.
Well, exactly. Was it?
Apparently, according to the referees, it was.
Well, he got away with it. I'm just looking now just for see if we've got any other semi-finals that we are missing. And I think what we're going to do, I think we should go on to mat 1, because we've got Andrea Kitsu and Natalia Kuzutina of Russia. They're going to be fighting immediately after Cohen and Urani of France. Urani just held down Gilly Cohen of Israel.
I'm going to get myself in trouble here now, because Malloy they gave Ippon against Malloy. Kim Won-jin did a little bit more in that. I still don't think it was. But given that they'd given one to Malloy, or against Malloy, how come they didn't give it against?
Well, I think, benefit of the doubt situations, and I think you can honestly say that that's what they are. But, I mean, it is open for discussion, and we've been told quite categorically, haven't we, that we can't be too, what's the word for it? We can't discuss it in too
critical.
Yeah, too critical.
Too critical. Right. Urani.
Semi-final, yes.
Urani came out the winner there over Gilly Cohen. Just about had enough of her to pick up the score there. And coming onto the mat now, Andrea Kitsu of Romania faces Natalia Kuzyutina of Russia. It's Kitsu in the white judogi, Kuzyutina in blue. There we go.
Kitsu, one of the most consistent, isn't she, of this category. She, has a world ranking, suggests, of course, and always there, always roundabout. She does make mistakes. Kuzyutina, also one of the most consistent in the category, and so it's a good semi-final. And I think we're just about to go on to it. Here we go. Kitsu in white.
Neil was talking earlier on about getting the timing right. I'm just wondering if it is that Kuzyutina is just going to get the timing right for Rio.
Well, again, she's one that just coming back onto form, had a little bit of a lapse, and now coming back just at the right time. Kitsu has been on form almost every match. I think with Kitsu, it's very much, can she concentrate? When she does go, she makes a mistake. It's quite a big one, tends to be. But I'd certainly prefer going into the Olympic Games with a consistent record behind me. Drop Seanagi there from Kuzyutina. when not to and when to grab the legs when they're in a newaza situation. You just saw it there. Kitsu, both of them were in newaza situation, and so Kitsu grabbed the leg. But there could possibly be situations where Hon Sokomaki ensues. But again, a lot of coaches ask me, you know, what is the cut-off point for that? It has to be when both are judged to be in newaza. Somebody's going to go. Here we go. Is she going to get a yuko for that? Kitsu takes her backwards. Not quite, I don't think.
Bo Kyon has just defeated the Yaris Mestre Alvarez of Cuba. And in that repechage contest down on mat 2.
Going through the semi-finals and the repechage finals very, very quickly now. Andrea Kitsu and Kozutina of Russia. Very, very even match here. Over halfway, well over halfway. Looking for the Sorikomigoshi, Kitsu. Kozutina looking for the drop Sinagi. Both of them trying to get the timing right for the drop underneath. Pierre Gilbert doing a great job with Patrick Roux on this Russian team. This Russian women's team, that is. All of them with good newaza skills and the transition in. Seeing a lot more arm locks from this women's team. There's the Sianagi again. Kozutina gets a yuko for it. Just carries on the drive, and Kitsu now has to come from behind in the last minute. There's the Sianagi. Look at the drive off the legs. Never stops. Carries it through. And Kitsu goes onto her side. Good decision that from the referee. 47 seconds left.
Time for Kitsu to dig deep now. Quite sure what they're going to have a look at now. Short delay whilst they review something.
Well, I think you're right, Sheldon.
Well, they've got it on the wrong side. Kitsu with the yuko.
That's exactly it. Yes, yes.
You see, he gives yuko. Now, you and I know where that yuko should go. If the scoreboard operator decides to put it somewhere else, everyone's in a panic. And there was no doubt about whose score it was. It wasn't one of those controversial ones, was it?
No, I think it's one of those things where you have to look at who lands.
It was simple, because Yutine was doing the throwing. Kitsu goes down on her side. What you've got is a scoreboard operator who just inadvertently puts it for white instead of blue, and then we're all, we're struggling to wonder what.
Well, we have seen it at the end as well, haven't we? Where it's not been changed. Another story. So Kitsu in all sorts of problems here now. 11 seconds to go. Panic attacks coming. She knows that it's drifting away from her. Kozutina looking very, very hot, but it is hot in this stadium. It is.
I'm going to be talking to Mrs. Adams soon, I'm sure, after that comment.
I think my wife knew exactly what I was talking about there. Very warm.
I'm just waiting for the mails to arrive. Natalia Kozyutina, a very hot-looking Natalia Kozyutina, coming away with a single yuka. That was enough to get past the number 1 seed, Andrea Kitsu. We'll see Kitsu in the bronze medal contest, but it will be a Russian Kozyutina in the final.
Well, I've gone all flush.
Probably because it's hot here.
Well, it is. It's very hot in here.
Right, what have we got coming up next for you? I suppose we could go quickly down to mat number 2 to see what's happening down there, because Dilara Lokmanahim of Turkey is up against Sara Menezes. We'll just finish off looking at that. Yeah, we'll go down to mat number 2 and have a look. Dilara Lokmanahim in white faces Sara Menezes of Brazil in blue. There are 2 scores for Menezes on the board. 2 Yukos is the lead with 1:20 odd left to go. The cheers in the crowd. I'm sorry that we moved away from Eduardo.
That's another one there. Beautiful Yuko that was, or was it a Wazari? I think she gets the Wazari for the Kouchi.
Really, she's got the measure, hasn't she?
Really, what a change of direction that was. It really was terrific. Action-reaction at its very best. Menezes just dominating this semi-final. Well, this is a great confidence booster for her going into Rio de Janeiro. She's going in as the defending Olympic champion. And almost sure now, barring an absolute catastrophe, she's going to go through to the final. Drop Cianagi this time. Menezes starting to really come to form, and what a time to do it. Lokmanahim just doesn't know what to do with her. She's got a second Shido on the board as well. Yoko Tomonagi from Menezes. Best form of defense is offense. Didn't quite have the pulling with the sleeve, and she's across the face there, Menezes.
She's really just, moved into another gear here, hasn't she? Menezes.
Yeah, it's got better and better. It started off a little bit slow, didn't it? Beginning of the day, she's come forward, and now in much better form. 30 seconds to go.
Lokmanahim just all over the place there.
Yeah, beautiful Kouchi again. The one that same one that she scored the Wazari with. 3 Yukos and a Wazari, and is that Osai Komi? It was.
Briefly, yeah.
Well, wouldn't you? 4 seconds to go, and that was really the best performance from Sara Menezes, the Olympic champion, that we've seen for a long time. Just needs to block out now, and it's all over. Menezes absolutely just wins the semi-final with ease.
Yeah, in total control there. Four scores from Sara Menezes and Dilara Lokmanahim, unusually at a complete loss as to how to deal with an opponent. Menezes just steamrolled Lokmanahim there.
Lokmanahim has had good form as well. Yeah. She's really come through as a contender. So Sara Menezes beat a good, hard fighter to get through to that final.
Now, we may yet end up with Lokmanahim on the podium, but she's going to have to get past Julia Figueroa of Spain, because that's who she'll face in that bronze medal contest. And Jongbo Kyung will face a Marina Cherniak of Ukraine. That's the bronze medal lineup. It'll be Kondo and Menezes in the final. Right, up now, Odette Giuffrida of Italy faces Ma Yingnan of China. It's a repechage contest in the under 52 kilo category. Giuffrida of Italy in the white judogi, Ma of China in blue.
Well, same kind of fighters, these two. They're looking for the same things. It'll be drop all the way. Giuffrida also on good form at getting medals at the Grand Prix Grand Slam tournaments. Ma Yingnan also got a dynamic Cianagi. So a repechage match. The winner of this will fight for third place. So a lot of mates in this match so far. A lot of breaks in the action. Well, she has a kind of a lopsided, I would call it, Ouchigari Gefrida. Head kind of goes in the wrong direction, and then she hooks the inside of the leg, drives them over it. So far to no effect though with Ma. Ma gets the first Shido, just off the pace slightly. Gefrida just attacking her, beating her to the attack every time. Drop Seoinage this time from Ma. Well, she's trying for the Koshijimi. Has she got it? Is she underneath the neck? Trying to get the leverage. She must be underneath there. And Ma Yingnan just holding off. That is definitely on. That's underneath the neck. Can't quite get the leverage though.
Again.
And had to let it go. Well, that would have taken a lot of effort there from Gefrida. So left-handed attack from Gefrida. Wow, crowd here absolutely going crazy, but Araujo of Mexico against Pollock on mat 1 is the match.
A single score would have done it for him, because he picked up 3 penalties and Pollock only the 1, so a single Yuko would have done it, but unfortunately for the home fans, there won't be a medal shot for Eduardo Araujo in the under 66 kilo category. Meanwhile, Gefrida has picked up a little bit of a bump to the lip, so she's going to have a bit of blood just wiped away from there, and then we'll be back on the way. Ma Yingnan has a single Shido against this Gefrida at the moment with the advantage, and we'll follow this one with, I think, Anbal and Sergio Olienic. I think that's where we're going to go next. So if you want to stay watching Odette Gefrida and Ma Yingnan, just click on mat 2 and you'll get that. That's a repechage contest in the under 52 kilo category. But we're going to see the current world champion at under 66 kilos, An Bao of South Korea. Is up against Sergio Olienic of Portugal. That match about to get underway now. An in the white judogi. Olienic was already at his start point in blue. And here is Neil Adams.
We're on great form. An Bao, the current world champion at under 66 kilograms. Beautiful Seoinage in the previous match. And Bell just has so many ways in, and it's almost, look, he's going to get a score for that as well. That's a continuous drop Seoinage. Does he get the score? I thought it was. He dropped underneath and then carried on driving. There's the Seoinage. Now just have a look how he carries on. Was it continuous? Maybe a Yuko, I thought, but you know, it wasn't given. We saw a couple in the earlier rounds given similar kind of, yeah, and 1 or 2 given Ippon as well.
We're not going to talk about.
that we can't talk
No,
about.
I'm not going to say anything about it.
Well, he gets the Yuko. There he goes. He does get the Yuko for it. Maybe we do know what we're talking about then. Maybe.
After we were contorting ourselves to try and agree with the referee. Can't win, can you?
No, you can't. And ball, just starting to dominate this. Oljenic having a few problems here with the world champion. I think just a matter of time before the world champion turns him completely onto his back for a bigger score. Might just be a change of direction as well, because he can go the other side as well. Oljenic realizes he's got to attack. He's got to start the initiating of the technique, and ball just dominating when and where.
Neil's going to keep you up to date with Anbal and Sergio Oljenic. I'm going to keep an eye on Erika Miranda and Nakamura Misato. That's semi-final in the under 52 kilo category. I'll leave you with Neil, and I'll keep an eye on what's happening on the adjoining mat.
Well, I'm just waiting for the switch over from Anbal. And I mean the change of direction. Predominantly left for the Cianagi, but then suddenly switches. Oljenic on the defence, coming up to the halfway mark.
Still the Yuko, the lead for Anbal. I wonder who the happiest team is at the moment. You know, for who's got 4 or 5 players here, 4 or 5 players plus. Which team is happiest at the moment?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out. There's a lot of surprise little things happening here, aren't there, at this event? So far, it's not going quite according to plan. Koreans, I would say, pretty happy with the way things are unfold. Keeps looking for that left. He needs to change it, I think. Anbal saying that. Oljenic will disagree with me. Surprised that we haven't seen a penalty up there for Oljenic. Oljenic just off the pace. Anbal almost attacking. That's got to be, surely. Well, that was a Yoko Satemiwaza there without any real conviction.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it must be the Koreans who are happiest because their fighters are still in. Kim Won-jin's got a shout at the bronze medal. Jeongbo Kyung's got a shout at her bronze medal in the under 48 kilo category. And then we've got Anbal here. It can't be that bad for them. Kim Jun-dee, I still think that she's in with a shout in the under 57 kilo category, if I'm not mistaken. I'll take a look at that. Yeah, that repechage contest hasn't come up yet. Kim Jun-dee and Marty Malloy. So Koreans still in there, yeah.
Well, I'm really surprised here that Oljenic hasn't been penalised because really there's nothing major, no major technique here. Anbal just happy to let this just develop and he wants the time to just drift away now in this last minute. There's the penalty. Oljenic again coming up off Newaza and getting a penalty.
It was coming, wasn't it?
It was.
for about 3 minutes. Single score to Anbal. That's the lead here as he attacks left-sided with that Marathi Seanagi, and I'm not sure whether he missed or Oljenic was stepping away, but whatever the cause, it never materialized.
Well, he can now afford Couple of penalties, of course. He's got just needs to block out. It's all over. And Bull, the world champion, goes through to the final in this under 66 kilos category. It's only when you see them close up like that you realise just how young.
He hasn't started
they
shaving
are.
yet, has he?
No.
No shaving marks. Single Yuko puts Anbal into the final of the under 66 kilo category. We're going to wander down just to see what that last result is down on mat number 2, because there are only a few seconds left. And Nakamura has picked up single Yuko, and that's going to be enough to get her past Erica Miranda of Brazil. That's in the under 52 kilo category. So it'll be Natalia Kuziutina of Russia to face Nakamura Misato of Japan. That'll be in the final of the under 52 kilo category. Right, coming up next then, we've got Shikalizada of Azerbaijan to face Takajo of Japan. And then it'll be Davidov and Khan Magomedov.
Well, this should be an interesting one. Shikalizada, Takajo. Are they going to open up? Because both of these huge throwers. Well, of course, Shikalizada is so dangerous in this opening minute. This is where he's going to get a big score on Takajo. This will be it. Just looks so explosive when he comes in. Last part of the contest is never quite the same. Well, I'm not quite sure. Is it Takajo or is it Shikalizada that doesn't want to grip up? Well, the referee went towards Shikalizada.
Zeri picking up the penalty for avoiding to take a grip, and as Neil said, I'm not quite sure which way that was going to go, but I think for me the referee made the right decision here. Both fighters were reluctant to take a grip, but it just appeared as though Shikalizada was more reluctant than Takajo. So he picked up the penalty.
Well, again, they can feel the danger. Shikalizada can go in for the Sodi right-handed off that sleeve grip. He can go left as well. Look at that.
He does.
It's going to be a score. Yuko scored. Has it been changed to Wazari? Could have been. The referee indicated Wazari there, but not sure.
And now, for me, here's the interesting part. There's plenty of time left on the clock. You can't backpedal here. You've got the score, but you know any amount of backpedaling is only going to get you penalised. So you've got to stay in the fight.
Well, you just got to look at what happened to Takajo in that semi-final match. 12 seconds to go, and you can't rest on it, can you? Not with these boys. You know, it's such a high level, such huge throwers. Right decision not to take Takajo instead of Ebenuma for the Olympic Games?
Yeah. You know, Ebenuma is such an exceptionally difficult fighter to beat, and he's going to win fights that I think that Takajo will find too difficult. Maybe this one.
Yes.
You know?
One of the reasons I was asking was that exact reason. You know, he's having real problems here, Takajo. I don't know, Ebenuma would be kind of made for him, really. You know, he would certainly have more chance with the Ouchi and then the Uchimata.
I mean, the only thing missing from Ebenuma's resume is an Olympic gold medal. because he's got his 3 world championship titles now. He picked up a bronze medal the last time out, and they probably think the same, like that's the same resume as Nakamura, exactly the same. They've got exactly the same resume. Different places that they won those medals, as Nakamura blew out in London, whereas Ebenuma came up with the bronze there. She came up with a bronze in Beijing and has got the 3 world titles. So they're very similar records. And I think on both occasions, you know what they've picked? The Japanese experience. They've really gone for
which is the way,
experience.
That is the way to choose a select a team. For the Olympic Games especially, it's got to be the one that's going to benefit at the Olympic Games. And look at that. Cianagi right the way between the legs there. Takajo was very, very close with that.
Shikalizada was lucky to get off that. I'm not sure how much of it was his own effort and how much was just that push from Takajo that actually pushed Shikalizada onto his right foot. And he managed to get off it. 1.5 minutes left to go. Has he given us Saikomi here?
Well, he's done a turnover there, Takajo.
Yeah,
that was a really
strong.
good turnover off the belt. And he was very, very close there to Shikalizada. Breathes a sigh of relief, but my goodness, that was close.
Yeah, Shikalizada was resting there. Takajo thought, okay, well, if you're going to rest, I'm going to tighten up the top half and we'll see where we go. The minute that the second that the referee called us Saikomi, he was able to turn out. He's burned a couple of seconds though, hasn't he? Because we're into the last minute here, 50-odd seconds left to go.
Yeah, well, this is where he'll really have to concentrate now, Shikalizada. This is where, if he loses, it's here. Those massive Cianagis, it's a really high lapel grip. Sakuri hand, really going upwards. It's almost Sodi rather than Cianagi.
More effort from Shikalizada there. I'd give up on the efforts now if I were you.
Lockout.
Yeah, strong grips, good movement. Change the grips up, make it difficult for Takajo to settle on anything, but leave out the attacks. 20-odd seconds left to go. Even if you pick up one now, there's a chance. Get the legs in. He doesn't. It's about the turnover, but Takajo's got that one blocked. He's done this.
Yeah, doing all the right
seconds,
things. Credit to him.
And it hasn't been ugly. He hasn't looked ugly doing it. Came up with the score. Woo. And now that'll be it.
Well, I'm not getting into that. I mean, I mentioned somebody being hot. You're saying somebody's ugly.
Nice comeback. Look at that. That's a picture. And I hope Rafa has got that one. Absolutely out on their feet, weren't they? Nijat Shikalizada still in there with a chance for a medal. Having just squeezed past Takajo Tomohumi, a single Yuko. And really, the fact that he didn't have to go and pick up or give away unnecessary penalties just goes to show it can be done. You can win without, flopping and running away and stepping out and, one-sided grip. Shikalizada did it. Good for him. Right, we come now to the second of the semi-finals in the under 66 kilo category. Davidosh Demirkheleg of Mongolia faces Kamal Khan Magomedov of Russia. To bring you commentary on this one, here's Neil Adams. It's Davidosh in the white judogi, Khan Magomedov in blue.
Well, I've got to go for Khan Magomedov. It's absolutely brilliant as Davidosh is, and he pulls it out the bag, he really does. But Khan Magomedov just is a cool customer, isn't he? And even when he was a Wazari down there in the quarter-final, just pulled out the biggest Seatoshi. But he has massive pickups as well. He's just he's got so much in his repertoire. Oh, saying that now then. That's a Wazari there from the Kosoto. Davidorj climbed on top of that. And Kam Magomedov will be lucky if that wasn't an Ippon, because that just could be changed to an Ippon there.
See, look at the scoreboard operator again. He's put it against Khan Magomedov on blue.
Yeah, it's got to go. Davidorj did it. It was a huge Kosoto.
So there are two things to tidy up here. Yes, and the referee, this is the second time that he's had to point to who he wants to give the score to. Ooh.
You tell me that wasn't a close Ippon there. I think that...
There's the bridge there as well, Neil.
Absolutely. I mean...
I think
I'm really surprised that they didn't give it.
That's the next thing that they're going to look at. Oh, they've let it go. Could be shoulder. I don't know. Anyway, Wazari on the board for Davidorj to Merhileghi leads inside the first minute with a super score. Khan Magomedov with everything to do now.
Well, talk about a mountain to climb. Khan Magomedov has got that mountain to climb. But we've seen him do it. He did it in the quarterfinal. With 15 seconds to go. Can he do it here? Don't write him off yet. Still a long way to go. The last thing that Davidorj needs to do here is go into reverse mode.
His teammates on the adjoining mat in her semi-final. Dortsurin Sumia facing Lian Chenling. You can't really call her a surprise package, but she did have the upset of the day when she defeated Matsumoto Kaori of Japan.
The Olympic champion.
Yeah, that was the upset of the day,
Yeah.
right?
Well, Khan Magomedov having to now take the fight to Davidorj, because Davidorj has gone into a different gear now.
Ooh.
Sodi Surikomigoshi.
Ouch.
Nothing drop about that, was there?
There might be problems here, Neil. Trap that arm up with that attack. We're going to have a look at that, because this could be the contest here. Davidorj had his arm trapped.
Well, I think it's going to carry on. Is it? Top table having a very close look at this,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Khan Magomedov gets disqualified for it.
Yeah. It's a poor execution of the technique, because look, he's trying to throw him on the wrong arm. You know, he wants to take the right arm for that, and he takes the left arm, and he's gone underneath there. There's nowhere else to go but against the elbow joint.
Just to tell anybody who's listening here, I've got Sheldon doing the arm lock on me. Just Sodi Surikam, perfectly executed, by the way.
We're going to attack by flies here. You know,
What a surprise. And Khan Magomedov then loses. Davidorj goes through.
well, we should really go over to watch the semi-final between Dortsurin Sumia and Lian Chenling, because you know that's the semi-final in the under 57 kilo category. So let's go down there and give them their due. Yeah. Dortsurin leads by Wazari. There's a little over a minute and a half left to go. It's Dortsurin in the white judogi, Lian in blue, conqueror of Matsumoto Kaori. Your thoughts on the...
I thought that just looking back, you know, he went against the elbow, and you can't do that. You know, we know that. You can't execute a throw with an arm lock on.
Yeah. Well, the question now is, Davidorj is 5 or 6 meters away from us, having his elbow seen to, and he winced when the doctor put that strap in on, first of all. I mean, he's in good condition, he's a strong man, but He really felt that, didn't he?
Well, I think it was definitely on. A good decision from the referees.
He hasn't got long to recover either.
Into the last minute then of this match. Dorsaen just ahead. Not just ahead, was Ari ahead against Lien. So it'll be two finalists from the Mongolian team. She's looking for the Uranagi now. Very confident, Lien, isn't she?
Yeah, she's got a nice upright posture, hasn't she? And there's something about that body type for this weight category. Her, Pavia, Viola Fechter, they're all that kind of lean, taller than your average 57 kilo fighter.
Rangy.
Yeah. Yes, nice word. Range. Long limbs.
Well, Dorsaen now, last 6 seconds of this match, looks certain to go through to the final. It's all over. Two Mongolian finalists. So I think the answer to your earlier question is that the Mongolian team will be happy about their results. They won't be so happy about the arm injury, of course.
To Davidor.
Yeah, well, will he be able to fight the final is the key question.
We've got judo on just one map now. We'll just have a quick look at this score from Dorsaen. That was inventive, wasn't it? A really creative piece of work here, because it all looks over here when she looks as though she's missed, and then there's a turnover.
Well, just such good control of the upper part of the body, and there's your...
it looks finished, doesn't it?
There's your kumakata. Good control of the kumakata. She just keeps hold. She keeps on rotating. She keeps on pulling with the hands.
Nice score. So we're going to go over to mat number 2 now. Pick up the contest between Kim Jun-dee of South Korea. She's in the white judogi. She faces Marty Malloy of the United States of America. Malloy has picked up a single Shido. There's a little over a minute left to go. And here's Neil. The coach is just being asked to tone it down a little bit. Yeah, chill.
Coming up to the last minute, Marty Malloy having to push forwards. Kim Jun-dee again looking for that Korean grip, we could call it. It is the Korean grip, it's what they do. Both lapels, but one of the hands very, very high, controlling the head. Looking for the turnover on Marty Malloy. We're into the last minute.
Single Shido.
.36 seconds left. Marty Malloy needs to get up. So Shido goes up to Kim Jun-dee. That's going to even it all up now. Marty Malloy is on even terms. It's not over yet. Grit and determination from the American. Oh, she made a mistake.
Whoa.
Oh, she gets taken back, and
a
clean hip on there, Kim Jun-dee. And Marty Malloy, well, just a few seconds left, and that was a massive mistake from her.
Got herself in a bad position in the end, didn't she? And Kim Jun-dee was able to take that over.
Well, Taniotoshi, was it? Kosoto Taniotoshi gets taken backwards. Overstretched herself.
Kim Jun-dee of South Korea it is, who goes into the bronze medal contest. She's going to face Lien Chenling of Chinese Taipei. We've got one more contest to bring you. It's an all French-speaking affair because Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard is a French speaker coming from Quebec in Canada. She faces Hélène Rossevaux of France. It's Beauchemin-Pinard in the white judogi, Resovo in blue.
Well, Canadians will be very happy. I know one lady that's watching this will be very happy about it.
She's got a bone to pick with you when you get home.
She trusts me. My wife trusts me. Rossy-Vu having a really good tournament. Looking very confident, like Sheldon said earlier on. Just what does happen if she wins this event?
She's on the brink of something. Okay, let's not call it special or spectacular or something. But you win the Masters, you know, and she was almost there with that little left Kosoda Gaki, wasn't she?
Well, certainly possible, but anything can happen here. Bosch and Pinard will have something to say about that. They're both on the sleeves here, dominating the sleeves. Sleeves pinned, and that's what they're penalising for at the moment. Bosch and Pinard gets the first Shido. Last match of the qualifying matches in this first day of competition here in Guadalajara.
With things being so close, where there is some performance, I mean, okay, it's not done and dusted. We have to see, you know, what Rossovos does against Boschuma Pinard. And then if she makes the final, then they would have to look back and see what the contest was like against Malloy and what it was like against Silva, because these are people who she will come up against in Rio. But it's, for me, it's not over yet. She's still got.
Well, it's interesting that even from the French camp, they were saying that it's not absolute yet.
Okay. In that case.
Two minutes to go, halfway through the contest. Anybody's match. Boschman and Pinard just behind on that Shido.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Pavia that said that she wasn't absolutely guaranteed going. And so that came from her.
Oh. Battle for the grips here.
Bit of a scrappy match, and one that probably will not end in Ippon, but it all depends now on, I think, who can stay the busier and who gets the most attacks in. One minute 21.
Yeah, who's the better scrapper?
Well, it is a scrappy match, and right the way underneath there, Boschman and Pinard with the Sori Surikumigoshi.
That took a lot of effort as well. Kosovo managing to fight it off. Here we go again, another cycle. It's a single Shido against Boschman Pinard.
Rossy-Vu has to stay on the pace here. Boschman and Pinard just in, but not a strong attack, that's for sure. I think the Shido is going to come up to Rossy-Vu, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is.
For passivity. Just it's in the air, isn't it? There's a big call coming up now. Oh, serious damage. I mean, that's it now. And the minute that happened, the body posture of
everything changed, didn't
it?
It really did. Everything changed. Now, a little bit of time wasting in Newaza. Is it going to be a proper Newaza attack? Looking for the Sangaku, or is she? 21 seconds left.
Look at Boschman Pinard's face, totally disinterested as she sees the time ticking away. And this one, with 12 seconds, has gotten away from. She had one more stab at this, but Kosovo surely now can't lose it from here.
Well, good luck to the French. They've got a nice little problem here in the under 57 kilograms category. And I don't know if it's a nice problem or not. Two people qualified. That will, I mean, the points that Rossy-Vu will get
incredible
for this.
Well, I was going to have a look actually to see whether she overtakes Pavia, but it may be that she's already ahead of her. It could be that she's already ahead of her. Oh, well, 2 penalties picked up by Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard. The Canadian will battle it out for the bronze medal. I think she's going to be up against Karakash Hedvig, but let's run down then the medal matches. Ganbat Balbatar of Mongolia will face Kim Won-jin, and it'll be Dashtava Amatushin to face Walid Kaya of France. Those are the 2 bronze medal matches in the under 60 kilo. The final, Orkan Safarov, Vincent Lemaire. Any surprise there?
Lemaire, well, what a surprise! I mean,
Same here.
you know what? He's had such an amazing tournament, and it's beaten almost everybody. It will be a crying shame for him. But so, yeah, I've got to go for Lemaire. Though Safarov, is a great fighter.
He could do it because he's looked really good.
Yeah.
Lemaire's thrown people all day, so why not? I mean, this could be the time when he can really step up. We've got the under 66 kilo category. Golan Polak of Israel to face Kamal Khan Magomedov of Russia. Nijat Shikalizada of Azerbaijan to face Sergio Olienic of Portugal. But the final is Anbal up against Davidoj Tumurkelig.
Close one, isn't it? I mean, Davidoj just pulls it out the bag, but when he does go, he goes Anbal for me.
And with the elbow injury, maybe?
I think so. I just think Anbal's going to have too much
for him. Yeah. Right, okay. The bronze medal contest in the under 48 kilo category. Yulia Figueroa of Spain to face Dilara Lokmanahim of Turkey, and Jeong Bo Kyung of South Korea to face Marina Cherniak of Ukraine. The final, Kondo Ami of Japan up against Sarah Menezes of Brazil.
Kondo has not been on the best of form, and I think Sarah Menezes is slightly better, and she's been getting better throughout the day. I'm going for Menezes.
Nice timing for Menezes, isn't it? Looking good. Right, the bronze medal matches in the under 52 kilo category. Annabelle Urani of France to face Erica Miranda of Brazil. Odette Giuffrida of Italy to face Andrea Kitsu of Romania, and the final, Natalia Kuzyutina of Russia up against Nakamura Misato of Japan.
Nakamura Sato, I think, just going to have just a little bit too much for Kuzyutina, but I think it'll be a good match.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen, we haven't had a lot asked of Nakamura yet, but I think when she is asked the questions, she's going to have the answers, I'm sure. Right, bronze medal matches in the under 57 kilo category. Karakash Hedvig of Hungary to face Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada. Kim Jun-di of South Korea to face Lien Chinling of Chinese Taipei. But the final, Dorj Suren Sumia of Mongolia to face Helene Rossovaux of France.
Dorj, I think, will just have a little bit too much for her.
Right, we're going to be back at 5 o'clock. Where are we now? 3:20. We look forward to your company. There you are on the screen. I look forward to your company then, but from Neil Adams myself, David McFall was with us early on. Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.